ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby. I'm on my own, still lost at sea. My thirst is dragging me down to my knees. Wave upon wave, crashing over my bow.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I hear the sirens calling me, baby. Oh, yeah, yeah. I see your light shining onto me. Get me off the rocky shore. Get me off the ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby. Ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby.
Hello. Hey. Welcome in. Hi, Nexus. Hello, Magpie. Hello, Rocket. Welcome in. I'm 2D still because Minecraft is very intensive. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Here, let me change this one real quick. I wanted to play Outlast today, but look, yesterday I wanted to go to bank, but I forgot. Or rather, not forgot, but actually I'm too tired to do it. Because after badminton session, I was like, oh no, actually, okay. Before badminton session, I told myself that, okay, after the badminton session, let's go to the bank a little bit and insert my money into my bank account so that I can buy Outlast, right? Because I forgot. And then after the badminton session, it's like, oh my god, I want to go home and sleep. And then I didn't do it. It's like, oh fuck. Well, guess I'm not playing Outlast today. Now, I could have done it this morning, but well, lo and behold, I overslept. I can't. I promise I'm not trying to prolong. I'm not trying to run away from Outlast. I'm not, right? Look. I may be a scaredy bold, all right, but I can handle Outlast. I think it should be fine. It's just Outlast. What's the worst that's gonna happen? It's just Outlast. Don't worry about it, right? It's just Outlast. It's just Outlast. It's just a game. Just a, so to speak, a piece of graphic. Right? Just a piece of graphic. It's not gonna do anything to me. It's just a horror game. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's just a, yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna open a Minecraft here. Look at that. You know, I get to play as a dragon. I should not be complaining. Play. I for one will enjoy the stream only while you play. Oh. Same. Oh, thank you. That's big. A big thank you for that. I know, you know what, I actually know why, because I just woke up not too long ago. I felt so groggy. Like, wait, I'm awake? That felt weird, to be honest. That felt weird. But it's all good, it's all good. See, the thing is, I kinda want to play Counter-Strike more, but Minecraft. Enough said. Minecraft. Enough said. Dragons, count me in. You know, yesterday I've scratched the itch of Counter-Strike, so yeah, I can like not play Counter-Strike for a bit, so I think it's fine. That is fine. I get to not play Counter-Strike for a little bit. Also, I think since I'm playing Minecraft, I'm gonna close Steam for now. Like, actually close Steam, because it feels like Steam is eating a little bit of resources. Surprisingly, I'm constantly getting encoding overloaded. This is bad. Although, of course, something is loading here, but this is not normal, is it? Is Minecraft supposed to eat that much? 81%, 78% CPU? I don't think it's normal. Oh, it's eating memory. I mean, if it's only memory, then it's fine. Steam doesn't like... OBS stream about desktop Windows Manager. Yeah, these are the essential things that I need to like keep it open. Curse Forge, I have to keep it open, right? But Curse Forge is only like 0.1, 0.2, so it's fine. Yeah, it's just the game itself, and also OBS Studios. Oh, it's going down. Nope, I lied. It's going up again. No, memory-wise it's fine, so at least that's a blessing. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh, it's going down. Oh, it's going massively going... Oh, nope, it's going back. Okay. Oh. What? I don't know. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. What's this? Minecraft, make up your goddamn mind. Just you want to be strong, or you want to be weak? Oh my god, it's spinning. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's cool. And probably uses a lot of resources. Anything I can change? Render distance 6. Disable brightness bright, GUI scale, boilers. Yeah, full screen sucks, I think. No VSync. I assume VSync uses a lot. Maybe? I can't tell, to be honest. Because in some games, VSync uses a lot of resources, and in some game, VSync just fucking explodes my PC. So I can't say for sure. Right now it's just not doing anything because there's nothing to render. Let me see. I can play it here so that we can. Yeah, see, it's even lower than OBS Studios currently. Now this is forever on top, so I can always see things. So it's all good. I'm currently annoyed with Minecraft because it won't fucking cooperate with. It won't fucking cooperate and kept crashing. Is it like mods and stuff? Is it because of mods that it kept crashing or something else? Because I tried to play RL Craft and it keeps crashing at first, but I just reinstalled it. And it works. I don't think there's anything else that I can change. No music, everything is on. Yeah. This is mine, right? Dragons, hee hee. Okay, yeah. This is... Oh. No, zero mods on Xbox. Console can crash? I didn't know that. Okay. Oh. It's going in. Look at that. Oh, it's going in. It's so... Oh my god. Minecraft is going in. Woohoo! 80%, let's go. 78%. Oh. Shredder. Hi, Shredder. Stinky. Shredder Stinky. Hello. You know, looking at this just gives me more anxiety. I should just let my PC do the thing. Right, is it gonna be a constant 100%? Is this how I play Minecraft before? I mean, kinda is when the game is running at like 20 FPS. Or even PowerPoint slideshow. Hey, fuck, how am I supposed to play this? oh, you scared me again. Jolene, hi. You want rocks for emerald? I'm out of rocks. I sold all of them. Are you following me? That's kinda cute. Hey, how is the Bobo? Bobo is doing a little bit groggy, just a little bit EP, because I overslept. Oh yeah, reason. There's a reason for this. I woke up, no, about 5 AM, I believe. Yeah, about 5 AM. There's like some sort of a bug on my bed. It's not bed bug, it's like only one. This one singular bug just messes me up so hard because for one, I am absolutely terrified of bugs. So yeah. Ooh. Charred meat? Cave dragon food. Pork chop. Rock leg. I need to eat raw food, right? As a forest dragon, I need to eat raw food. So these are actually not so helpful. Chinchilla? What the fuck? Charred mushroom? So anything charred is for cave dragon. Crunchy. Kelp? But honest, I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty okay. I just want to like play the game. It's fine. Although I did not forget about Outlast. I totally didn't. Give me your fucking RAM. Is it RAM or CPU? Is CPU RAM? I don't know. Charred planks? Why is this like a tick there? This looks good. I like it. Glazed terracotta? The heck is a terracotta? Iron inked. What? What? Moss paste. Hey, cobalt things. Nice. Copper ingot. Oh, copper ore. Copper ore deep slated. Yeah, okay, deep slate copper ore. Pet the bobo. Yeah. Tyra so sweet and cute cobalt. Oh, you're sweet and cute dragon. Yes, that's right. I'm pulling out a no you moment here. But thank you. Oh, cave dragon eats charcoal. That's so adorable. I don't really PC. Same. Don't worry about it. I don't really PC as well. Alright, so what do we do? I have, what is that? 53 copper ingot. For whatever reason. Do you want copper ingot? One raw iron. So arrows is redundant because dragons cannot use arrows. I have a bet. I stole this one, I believe. Oh, I have a dragon door. Yeah. This is where we started off. Charcoal taste B. It's not that bad. It's pretty okay. It's charcoal. So, what would I want? I kind of want to make a farm. An underground farm. Because my previous Minecraft playthrough, which is like on stream one, I had a server and I totally forgot to do it. I don't even know how I made a server. I want to play with a bunch of friends here as well, but I just don't know how. So, curses. But back then we have like a whole, like, dragon block, like a whole farm down here. So like, I dig like this, and then on the side we dig like a place that is like for farming, and then we can do it on the left and right. I think that's pretty cool, and I love that a lot, to be honest. I love it. So I think what we're gonna do today is try to mine more things and also find some diamonds, probably get some iron, and maybe make some farm. Yeah, I already have a bunch of seeds though. That's a given. So I guess it's time to dig. I can make one more. I'm afraid I might hurt Jolene. I hope not. My health is like really sad right now. I do need food though. I need to eat raw food. Maybe I should go hunting first. Stay inside. Actually, do you want to get out? There, you and me. Speaking of charcoal though, I do love charcoal. Oh my god, oh my god. I love charcoal painting. It's great. I need food and there's nothing to eat. Where are you? Are you a baby turtle? You are a baby turtle, aren't you? You're so small, look at that. I can look at you. I actually can look at you. Okay, fine. Nom the cobbles. Yikes, what the fuck? Yeah, this is what I get for trying to get out, isn't it? I got killed by a snake. Well, at least I don't need food anymore. Hello, dry tube. Where's the snake? Where's my item? The baby turtle is here. A big turtle is here. There it is. There. Stinky? Also after charcoal there could be some... What? Why would charcoal cause fart? I keep pressing tab again. So now that I don't need food anymore, I can just go digging down. Free. Alright, quest book. I might need this. Second best music, let's go. For some reason Twitch keeps telling me that I received a reward from Minecraft. Oh? I don't know what that is. Sounds like Twitch drop, but I didn't have Twitch drop enabled at all. That's weird. What does that mean? I honestly don't know, sorry. I received like 2 codes within 10 minutes. Oh, what? I don't think I have Twitch enabled. I don't have Twitch things enabled. Let me double check just in case, because if it is, they might be sus. Twitch drops. No, there should be nothing coming from my channel because my drops are disabled. So that might be sus. Although I don't know. I just being just be cautious with the codes because I don't know what it is. I thought it drops enabled. Maybe it could be from other source, so I honestly don't know. Even so, I don't think there's Minecraft thing here. I don't think there's Minecraft here. To my knowledge anyway, so yeah. Didn't know such things could corrupt my notifications. Well, to be honest, I don't know what it is, so I'm just like classifying it as sus because I didn't have drops enabled. I'm sorry, couldn't help much. I'm subtly suspicious, right? I would be suspicious too because, again, I don't have it enabled, so... Calcite? What the heck is calcite? I'll ignore them for now, that would be the best. Take all I want. No one I need. Ay! Yikes. Immediately I'm dead. Where did I come from? I didn't check the floor. No big deal, no big deal. Oh god, I'm sorry. And all of a sudden I feel weird. Oh, no, not like that. I think that's how stairs work, right? Yeah. That's good enough. How do I get up? Oh, jeez, fuck! Arrow, don't do that! I told you I'm gonna hurt you. Fucking thanks, arrow, I guess. Alright, there we go, we're back. Oh, are you afraid of me now? Guess not. Rotten meat for charcoal. I need rotten flesh, I need food. Gravel for 2 flint. Ooh. Raw iron for 2 ingots. Raw copper for 2 ingots. Whoa, what a bargain. Sponge. Is sponge that good? Turtle egg? Amethyst shard. Enchanted book. Efficiency 5? Efficiency, that's 6. For a music this steady. Luck of the sea. 5. Cracked ice to blue ice. Ooh, look at that gold. Bobo learning Minecraft? At least trying to. Although I have to say though, it's pretty fun. I like it. Minecraft's fun. Hi Fugo. Hello. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Just a little sleepy. Although I did have a bunch of coffee, so I shouldn't be complaining. You. Ah! What the fuck is that? Alright, okay, sure. Alright, okay. I mean, look, I'm just a little baby dragon and they're just like throwing shit at me. I'm 1 year old. What do you want, game? Whoa. Zoom zombie just fucking became rolling around with the speed of light. Wink wonk. Oh yeah. I forgot about Snoot Cam. Snoot Cam. There it is, Snoot Cam. Snoot Cam. Alright. I like Snoot Cam. She's a heckin' zombie. You kill me and you disappear? It's Jolene. Or Arrow. Oh. Nah, dry tube stinky. Okay, so you killed me and you're gone. No. Fuck! Well, oh, I saw something just now. Something like bright light. That spawned something, probably? There goes my journey. How am I supposed to get strong? I need to dig for something. Let me check. I'm getting debuffed. Slowness. Hi. Alright, Asshat, where'd you go? Can you just teleport around? I love how Arrow is just there, like, being a dick. Yeah, that's right, that's right. I'm cheating. I'm cheating. Well, I'm not cheating. It's just someone doesn't know how to use stairs. I'm just making use of that knowledge. Are you flying? Okay, no, you're not. You're Arctic and hasty. I don't know what that means. Quick, name a tree. Birch. Hille Krieger, hi. Oh, hi, McLurch. Look at this beautiful. Wow. Sick, bye. You're welcome. Have a great day. Oh, I got my stuff back. Oh. There, okay. Hi, Pinky. Oh, there is Minecraft rewards. So I guess I'm wrong, sorry. We have to do more research. Yeah. So I guess we can mine a little bit safely now. Just a little bit. I mean, considering how big this place is, I might just die in a matter of seconds. But then again, it's cave. Fucking arrow just being just here, trying to make me kill him. Oh. Although oh yeah, speaking of Outlast, I will definitely try to do it to like get the money tonight, because I can do it. Actually, I just keep like not wanting to do. It's not like I don't want to do it. It's more like the timing is terrible. Of course, tonight I'll go do it real quick so that I can play Outlast tomorrow. And honestly, I'm kind of curious about Outlast as well, so yeah, there we go. Just a tad bit. I like coal. What's that? What is that? What is that? You have a crossbow. Are you a kobold? I think you're a kobold. Uh-oh. I think that's a kobold right there. Although I might be wrong, but it certainly looks like a kobold. Give me a second. I'm gonna up my brightness. I will play in the most cheesiest way possible. I will cheese it. Look at that. It's so bright. You guys cannot see any changes because it's on my monitor. That's enchanted crossbow right there. I don't think I can deal with that. What if I try to do the zoomies and destroy them? I could certainly try. Zoomies! Oh. Hey, you don't hurt me. I like you now, friend. Oh, that's a penis man. Uh-oh. Why is there a penis man here that doesn't chase me? There's a weird looking penis man, hi. Hey. Yeah, more or less this place looks pretty bright. And bright is good, because Forest Dragon cannot handle being in the darkness for too long. We have some problems. Yeah, problems. By that I mean if the Forest Dragon get exposed to the dark for too long, it will become weakened. And that is not good. That will complicate things, that will make things harder, and I don't like that. Is that outside? No, right? I think it's just a visual bug. Or render distance. Okay, so it is render distance. Let's get the shit out of me. Say, no way. No way. Uh-oh. Didn't someone say mossy cobblestone means that there's like a spawner nearby? It's a bunch of kobold skeletons around, but they don't hurt me. So I guess that's good. But... oh! What are those? Yeah, it looks like kobold skeleton don't hurt me. Limestone calcite? Scoria? Concrete? Okay. Stone pickaxe cannot mine redstone, right? Twitch comments. Minecraft rewards. Also, it is a thing. Oh yeah, see, I got weakened. Crap, I forgot. I didn't check. I'm stressed because it's too dark. It's just like me for real. For okay, what are you doing? Aren't we friends? Aren't we friends, you ass? Okay. Skeleton? Oh, you're different. There was a kobold skeleton, and now you're skeleton. I cannot attack in third person, but I just want to play in third person because it looks cool. Also, I'm pretty sure I can just do this as a dragon. Yeah. Got it back still. Okay. It's alright. I can follow the torches. Alright, asshat. Actually, I cannot call you asshat, you're too adorable. Ass friend. Come here, you fuck. Yeah, I can hit them bare hand as well. Why kobold still naked? Why kobold still cannot be naked? Cannot be English. 怎么 kobold 不能够 naked 呢？ That works. When kobold draw close so we can redeem clothing. I don't know when it's gonna happen. Okay, so since we have a goblin merchant here, we can always go find a goblin merchant and get double the amount of ingots. You're cute. Where? Oh. Oh. 23. You're cute too, Ixen. I like dragons. I need lack of clothes though. Like, leg warmers are all you ever need. Now you're speaking my language. Look at that. Ash. See, Roxas doesn't get it. Oh, I get torches. Nice. Rope. Also, hi Ixon. Welcome, welcome. Best part of the music. It's such a bop. No, no, ay! No. No. What's your problem? Hey, what is your problem? Hi, Jade. Okay, just you wait, Arrow. I have something for you. Yeah, I almost jumped down. Welcome, welcome, Jade. Alright, asshat. I'm gonna fight, you wanna fight? You know how I'm gonna fight you? Here. Come here. That's right. Can you get in here? I don't think you can. That's right. Hey, that's right. That's right. That's right. There we go. Okay, where is that Skitterbolt? So Cobalt Skeleton is fine. Skitterbolt is not fine. Bubbles Ebo. A streamer that you know? Where does Skeleton go? They very cute bubbles, you mean? Ooh. Looks like a bunny. And loud. And loud. Very, very loud. On what sense? Them speaking or what is that? Oh, it's a deep slate call. That's a Cobalt Skeleton, right? So Cobalt Skeleton doesn't. Nope, you shoot me. Okay. Yikes, that hurts. Oh! It's okay. Captive Normals is playing. I already won. That's right. Yeah. Stinky Kobo. You cannot just fart and say that I'm the stinky one. That's cheating. That is cheating. You cannot do that. I'm not stinky. I didn't fart. I like the vase that I can destroy and get stuff. We yippin'? We always yippin'. Spirits in flux. Highly reactive.
Yep.
Hmm? Oh, amethyst shard. I still want to call it amethyst. I don't care. Oh, emerald. Face is OP. Ah! What is that? Where'd you come from? Don't. Hey, Alright, all good. I win. Because they don't have the respawn. I have the respawn. Just you wait, Arrow, I'll give you something good. You're a different one. Hi. Alright, here we go. 28 health. Alright, that's cool, I guess. Can't scale the rush, the questionable is awoken nearby. You have no health, right? There we go. How are you smaller than a block? Because I'm still a newborn. See? I'm only one year old. And so I'm smaller than this block. Look at that. I'm small. You're Durgan. I'm a small Durgan. What's here? Bouncy Durg, right? Very adorbs. I like it. Wow. Doing big raft engine in residential area. Cute. How do you be red? There's a choice between fire dragon, no, cave dragon, forest dragon, and water dragon. And cave dragon can be red, although you can technically just customize your dragon to make them red. So yeah, I believe it's here. You can customize here and then change your colors and shit. Yeah, I hold the torch in the mouth. Snoot cam. Snoot cam. Snoot cam. Snoot cam. I mean, it's a little wrong, but it's still very adorable from looking from far away. I'll take that. Look at that. Oh my god. This mod is perfect. Dun, dun. Dark. You're hacking adorable? No, that's... You're hacking adorable. I'm doing a no you card. That's right. I'll take it though. Hey, kitty. How do you spawn in bright areas? Oh my god, you're so fast. Ocelot. No one's captive. Danger Claw. I like Kitty, but this ain't it. You are so fast. Oh, I'm poisoned. Welcome to the new normal. Oh, it's dark out. So I can technically just jump down from there to here. Ooh, okay. But I have my own base of operation, so it's all good. Hmm? I cannot mine with stone pickaxe, right? I cannot. I need iron. Why? How? They're just spawning willy-nilly. They're just spawning willy-nilly. That's not how zombies supposed to work. Aren't you spit? Don't you spit? I think you spit. Yeah, you spit. Yeah, you totally spit. Okay. Alright, I get you. You spit. Gently licks the gold block yearning. Yeah. Oh my god. People just... the zombie just spawned. Hey, Panda. Okay, you're chill. Alright, you're chill. Alright, asshat, I'm gonna kill you because you're not chill. I'm doing the zoomies, so don't even stand a chance. Ah, shit. You need more torches. The place is as bright as possible. The place is so bright already. Unless they spawn from there, then I have no choice. But they spawn from there. Oh, oh, it's just my call. Give me a second. You did. That's right. Itchy. 512. Here you go. Will you be my waifu? Wow. Wow. Maybe. I don't know. 5 blocks and I remember every 4 blocks. That's a little troublesome. Allegedly, the random Minecraft Twitch codes are for Minecraft Life thing and are for Frong outfit. Oh, Minecraft Live. That's a thing in the Minecraft launcher. I cannot show it now. I need more torches. A frog outfit. And I was thinking like, what could Frong be? I mean, Frong sounds kind of funny. I would like a Frong outfit. Ooh, what fuck? No, someone shot at me. Where? It's from there. The hell? I'm not playing Counter-Strike, what do you mean? Who's shooting? Who's shooting tootin'? Okay, I know why, but frog is the most common way I misspell frog. I got the same MC codes as well. Oh yeah, I was about to say, how do you write cursive? Oh, they spawned the brightest place possible. They literally just popped into existence right in front of my eye. That's not right. Yeah, okay, I'm going sicko mode with the torches. Without smooth lighting, I can kind of see where I should put them. Okay, what is this? Hi. Sheep? I could kill a sheep, right? Cool. There's the mod that you see spawnable blocks. Oh, like this? But I can't do slanted and reply. Oh, is that like a... It's another kobold skeleton. They spawn near the... Oh god. Do you shoot me? Okay, you do. Don't. Don't. Just don't. Be civilized. Ooh. Nope, I just spit it out. I cannot use it. I just spit it out. Sitch. Like me, this meshes a slanter will give you this. Oh really? Oh shit, that you're right. That's very cool. Quite the renovation. What did I do? Hey, date. It's a skitty bro. From so many shinies. I just write text like this in Discord and get a slanted effect. That works? Oh, like asterisk. Are you gonna shoot me from here? I want to give it a surprise attack, but the skitty bro is a little bit too far. No, you're not. You. We're gaming. We're gaming. I don't like how arrow is just gone. Oh, underscores. Oh, even underscores work. Can an iron nugget be turned into... chainmail helmet? Chainmail? That's... oh, it's a dragon armor. Oh, I'm a dragon, I forgot. I actually forgot. Ender right? Golden right? Golden right. Ooh, I like the feet. Oh, look at the feet. One armor? I mean, it helps, right? So how do I make it? Village traits anvil? Can I make it? Okay, I can just make iron helmets. I can just make iron stuff, right? I have a bit. I don't think I have a lot. Sturdy skin. When applied, +3 armor. Additional armor points, the Cave Dragon skill. Oh! Cave Beacon of Fire. Cataclysm mod. I don't know what that is. Ooh. Mini pet flower with probe. The one probe. The one probe. Straw head. Can I just put like iron ingot, iron nugget? Where's my nugget? Where's my nougat? Don't I have like a bunch of nuggets? What? Where'd it go? I love the term skitter bro. It's like it implies the skitter is just one of the homies you kiss goodnight. Well, I don't hate them necessarily. Where's my iron nugget? Oh, okay. So can I just like... Guess not. How about this? Oh! It's just me hearing something outside. I'm hearing something outside, I don't like it. I have 2 iron. Also, I'm bringing this and this. Let me check if arrow is still below. Fucking arrow is gone. Probably got killed. So one thing about Dragon mod is that I cannot use arrows. I can use bow and arrow is kinda tough. Because usually I use bow and arrow for like early game, but because Dragon's gonna use them, it's a little tough. It sort of forces me to use melee, which is kinda hard. Okay, how about this? Just focus on doing the farm for now. I can breathe fire, but I need experience points to do it. So I have a range attack. I do have a range attack. Let's see. Oh, sorry. So on the bottom right, you see that I'm scrolling through 4 things. The first one is breathe fire. It's like a bone meal, but it can also poison targets. The second one is a range attack, but it uses experience points. All of them use experience points. You need food so you cannot be 1 health. I'm trying to get food, but I can only eat raw stuff.
Hello and welcome.
Spring Festender. Hi. Oh, it's raining, no wonder. Right, sleep. That's pretty fast. Good morning. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I didn't mean to put. You know what? Why not? I don't know if I can kill these things. Good to have a torch there. Prevent spawn, right? At least prevent spawn from doorway. Nobody can punch fish. I guess I can try. I don't know if those are the fish that will kill me because I have some mods in. A normal Minecraft, okay. Right, going first person. Hi. Smallmouth bass, why? Can I get your meat, please? It's a sea dragon food, I cannot eat it. Damn it. It's a sea dragon food. Well. Hiya, I need to go hunt things. Guess I should go hunt things, huh? Set pumpkin? Okay, as the forest dragon, I should be able to eat some flora. I love how fast you swim though. Oh yeah, dragons can naturally swim pretty fast. I forgot to mention. Alright, can I eat pumpkin? Well, just gonna put that there. Also, I cannot eat apple as a forest dragon. What kind of fucking absurdity is this? Can you wear pumpkin? Can I wear pumpkin? How are you supposed to wear pumpkin? Helmet? No, I cannot put it in or anywhere. Is there something that I need to do before I can wear the pumpkin? In vanilla, you use shears on the pumpkin and it carves it. And then you can wear it? Shears. Ah, I need... Wait, I have 2 iron. Okay, let's do it. I'm going back. Is it worth? Yeah. Fashion is worth anything. It's fashion. So if I just put like this? Oh, no. Oh, do I place it down and then use shear? Oh. And then get it. Car's pumpkin. Oh. Oh. Oh no. This sucks. What do you mean? I'm so spooky. I'm so spooky. Oh my god. Yeah, it's worth totally. But shit, I cannot play like this anymore. On a spooky month too. Wow. As if I can see anything like this. I mean, this is better than suiting up, to be honest, because first-hand experience, fucking, if I suit up like this, I can only see through like the mesh. You know, the black mesh that you can see through on the suit. It's like my vision is so fucking limited. I can't even see anything that's like within like what, 2 meters? So like 2 meters away, I can barely see. I think the vision is absolutely horrendous, to say the least. It's literally the boo emote. God, that is so adorable though. I cannot bear to just like let this one like be gone. I don't want more cave. There's a lot of cave in this area. That's a more overweight apple block. I need whole axe. Whole axe? Is this just like any axe is possible? Oh, axe. Okay, axe. I got overweight apple block. What do I do with that? Can I carve you as well? Guess not. But I have an overweight apple block. It doesn't look like it's something from the vanilla Minecraft. Don't think it's from vanilla Minecraft. Nice, heck yeah! I cannot eat it now. Yeah, I cannot eat it. Okay, I sincerely don't want to hurt the turtles. Did they just mate? Did you just mate with nothing? Why was there love? What? I mean, sure, okay, yeah. More cave. Heroes can't show affection now. No, it's not like they can't show affection. It looks like they just gave birth. No? Did I think too much? Wait, I got a bunch of pumpkin seeds. Where did I get that from? Heroes aren't allowed to give birth now. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they're not allowed to do that. I'm just expressing confusion. Because it's only like a single turtle. Unless, like, it's turtle intersex? No, right? They need another one. Turtles are an ace. Oh. Yikes. Stick here. Be right back. My plushies demand kisses, and I require food. Oh yeah, go get food. Go get food. Very nice. Food very important. Go get them. Take your time, Mixon. I'm trying to figure out how to get food because as a forest dragon, I can only kill zombies to eat rotten flesh, or kill some livestock and get some. What is that? Are you in Weasel? 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 Martin? Martin? Are you a Martin? They're so fast I can't even check them. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of cave formations here. But here's the thing, I'm lost. Where's my home? Oh my god, sunset. Where's my home? Oh wait, I recognize this place, I think. Crap, shit, ass. Oh, there is. Maybe I can stay outside and get rotten flesh? Like, kill the zombies, I mean. How many levels do I have? 6? Can I really not make a copper armor? Oh my god, copper actually sucks. Copper. Copper cage lamp. Explosive copper? Cave dragon dessert. Wow. And copper ore. Copper lantern. Ooh, I like this. Blaze powder. What the fuck is that? Copper door. Copper casing. Deploying. That looks wrong. Mahogany lock. Chakara pump. Reload. Deployer. Depot. Mechanical bell. What? Oh, oops. I forgot to change the pet. No. Coffee is not here anymore. Give me the pets. Give me the pets. Hello, Archmuffin. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And the boop. You missed. It's okay. Now you cannot miss. Welcome, welcome. Take 2. I like. Yeah. Thanks for the pets, Archmuffin. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Are you telling me no one has booped or pet you since when coffee was on? Sadly, no. I require pets and boops. It's okay, I got it now. I'm very happy. Let me put this here. I could try to kill that thing, but with this one it might be a little difficult. But fashion though, look at that fashion. Ah, god damn it. Okay, let's do it. Hey, Burr. I want to take it off. Temporarily. Dude, they don't see the cute petable kobo on the screen? I can understand. I hugged but didn't poop. I mean, hug is also good. I like hugs. Also, hello, I'm doing it just relaxing a little before bed. Nice, nice, nice. Relaxing good. I like relaxing. Did it just fall down? I need rotten flesh. Oh yeah, I got nommed as well. Horse is too fast, it would just kill me. It just kills me instantly. Now I'm fast too, asshat. Come here. Hugs and noms are also acceptable. Yikes. That was too hard. Honestly, yeah, they're acceptable. And not the best at pets and boops, but I'll take it. You know, a kobold gonna get what she can get. Got him. Got my things back. Some food, I guess? Kobo. It's okay, Kobo can respawn. Kobo will do anything dragon want? It depends on what the dragon wants. It's not just anything. I can just do anything. As long as the Kobo is being given sufficient attention, all is well. I love that. Kobo, I stressed. What's going on? Are you okay? Something happened where you are trying to get... What if the dragon wasn't... Hey, we do that in the DMs. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's a Kobo star. It's just gone. We do that in the DMs.
Hello and welcome.
Yeah, sure. ECC6. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome in. Hope you're good. Hope you're doing good. Easy, alright. If Kobo give consent, then yes. I guess I'm thirsty. Also, I should dig. My DM's always open for you. I should take. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. I should make stairs. This is sad. Okay, let's make stairs. Can I make andesite stairs? Because I need cobblestone. Not that I don't mind looking at dragon tail just like flailing around. It's kind of cute. But then again, I want
Hello
speed.
and welcome.
Werewolf chips, thank you. Welcome in. Oh yeah, I used all my andesite. Oh, nice. That should be enough for now. Although I should probably dig a little bit more. Do I? Let's try it. Sure. Me? I mean, I guess if your DM is open, I can always like ask for hugs, I guess. So leather, oh my god, they keep spawning. They keep spawning in thin air. Sorry, Kobo. Had to do it. Lo-fi beats to study to. So here, right? That's how stairs work, right? I don't think this is enough. Yeah, I think it's a little dark here. Oop. Nah, I don't even know. Alex has intense, passionate, lo-fi. Durkee is very pan. I saw pan, but I didn't understand what pan is. Maybe I should do some research. Yeah, I totally should. Okay, nice. We have several different kinds of stairs. We'd love to see it. I mean, for now, dragon is small, so I can just like do it like this. Oh my god, it's not enough. Means you love anyone essentially, but yeah, there's more to that. Like, despite gender, you love everyone. That's honestly pretty sweet. I have 2 pickaxes. Okay, I'll use cobblestone. There, that should be enough. I can't see shit. Fashion is good, but I cannot see shit. But this, however, this is fine. Hetero, opposite, homo, same by both pan. Everyone's freaking awesome. I want to hoard all of you. I'm gonna get horde. Yeah, I'll take it. Oh, I can't put it here. Because of the door. I'll jump the last two then. I should make another chest. This is oak planks. Can they go cut some trees? Cut some trees. Cut the tree. Cut the tree. Cut the tree. I can fly, but I don't want to use too much of my food. Since I don't have food, I only have one rotten flesh to eat. Oh, more pumpkin. Too bad I can make like a full pumpkin armor. Oh, my favorite music. Whoa. Leaf pile. Leaf pile. Leaf pile. Ivy? I wish full pumpkin was a thing, like a full pumpkin armor. That sounds amazing, not gonna lie. Yeah. Yes, why would you say it like that? Is there something else that I'm missing? What's happening? It's just pumpkin. What? Wait, am I missing something here? What? How can I? Huh? No. That doesn't imply anything. They're thinking the same thing as me. What? What could there be anything else? What does that mean? I am confuzzled. Stay alive. Oh, it's going down. Ooh. Leaf pile. Ultimately, I still want to make a tree house, like a literal tree house. I know what you mean. What else could there be? Good? Good? Okay, I am mega confused, but it's okay. But also I'm kinda sipping with the glorious view of dragon rump when you cut those trees just to get you out. Year round, yeah. So year round is good. I can just plant those things anywhere I want. I can even play with Scoria? No, you're humans. I think I have enough wood to work with at least. There's some really horny dragons in chat today. Hey, that proves a point. Dragons horny. Not all though. Just saying not all because there are multiple dragons in the chat. I don't want to offend all of them. Oh, maybe it's not offense. I don't know. I will proceed to shut up. Where's my house? Under the pumpkin. My house is near water level. Uh-oh. Temperate bush. Don't want to offend all of them, only some of them. But if some of them is really horny, they wouldn't be offended. Right? I mean, nothing wrong with being horny, to be honest. Also, hi. What do you want me to do? Take 100 of my horns off? Nah. There, are you a zombie cat? Hey, you're in my home! Oh my god, you asshat. You're just in my home. Thanks, game. That sounds like just a normal cat, not gonna lie. Just wanting a okay. When you put into perspective like that, definitely works that way, kitty. So in the meantime, I'm gonna try to make a little bit more guests. So now we can sort of all the shinies, including coal. Flint counts. Rocks go in here, and then planting things. I guess planting and miscellaneous things I'll put on the other one. Gold, ash, all these, yeah. In your hole, Ayo. You know, maybe it's just because as a streamer myself and being quite horny, like I have the horny energy on my stream. It's making chat horny as well. We need more cobalt representation is in SRT. What's a SRT? Oh, I see kobolds. So I guess my goal is to... Oh, in art, yeah. Needs more kobolds. That is giving me... Ooh, that's not good. Okay, I need to... That is not good for my eyes and my brain. Okay. So let's fix this one real quick. Might be a little too much, but okay. For experience, horny chat doesn't necessarily follows horny streamer. Oh. That's good to know. Yeah. I mean, that might... That being said, maybe I'm not horny at all. Yeah, I'm not. Well, it might be you, but I'm just really in general on a good day. I don't know. I don't know. Am I though? I don't think I am. No, I'm just being a kobold, not horny. Horny is fine, right? Like on Twitch, it doesn't get TOS. Nah, it's just being horny. I'm not doing anything that's TOS worthy. If you're on Kobold art, I have drawing of my D&D Kobold monk that someone did for me. Can I see it? May I see it? Expanding the staircase because I don't want to destroy my eyes every time I just run up or run down the stairs. FOV just like, whoa, mode 7. Yeah, let's not do that, just... Yikes. Oh! There. If you're wondering why am I using cobblestone to mine things, because apparently using no, it's not apparently, because as a dragon I can put stuff here so that I can just like mine things barehanded, or using anything that's not a pickaxe. I can like, would that be a thing for the art share channel? Yeah. Am I breaking TOS? Do you want to break TOS? Maybe not. Still want my channel to be intact. Looks good, right? Okay, let's try running up the stairs. Okay, so if I look like this, then it's fine. Running down the stairs? Yeah. Feels good, feels good. Okay. Let's put the stuff back. So Arrow is just gone. The Goblin Merchant is gone for whatever reason. I don't like that. Maybe he got killed by the other zombies. So if my chest is not filled with stones, that means I'm not mining enough. So let's make a few more pickaxes. And I'm not even finding iron, so let's dig. I need to dig like sideways. Around this level probably. No straight, you hydrate. I'm a horny pretty much anytime in years. You is horny. How am I horny? Would it be spray on your back? Probably. Let's all three. Hi again, Shredder. Yeah, even stream that thing that we're being too horny, that with thirst we need to drink. You know, I should drink. Nice. Drinks the what? Hello, I'm a solid being. You cannot just drink something that's solid. No, you cannot just do that. So maybe from somewhere from here I can just like do a detour and dig down again. Because this is a huge space, I don't want to deal with that. When there's so many things that can just spawn anywhere. Not fun. See? something there already. So what I want to do is probably make a sideway detour. But Kobo is puddle. Since when I'm a puddle? I'm not a puddle. So I guess I can do it here. Here, do a detour, go down. From here. Although I kinda don't want to dig until I see deep slate now. Let's see. I'm at 35. Let's dig like about single digit. Cause it's spooky man. Why so Derek have a pumpkin on his head? Yeah, spooky man. Yeah. You want snoot cam? You want snoot cam? Snoot cam. Let me just take that one here. Snoot cam. Oh, actually, pumpkin snoot cam. No, that's not butt cam. She found the pumpkin and put it on her head. Yeah. Should like put this like that so that I know. I see you can have this. Why am I getting butts? I'm not horny. Not me. Oh, it's broken. And used her only 2 iron to make shears to make it happen? Yeah. Anything for fashion. It's very important stuff. Might be a little much. Let's start here. Grateful? Cheers. Nice. So I can do this. It's okay, Koba, I can be horny for you. What do you mean I can see your horns right now? Oh, horns are not necessarily horny. I'm horny as well, because I'm a Derek and I have horns. Okay, fair point. Maybe the butts are there to change that. Probably. I just work here. Ooh, flame. I like how many different kinds of stones are there. Feels like this little stones is gonna like clutter out my heckin' inventory. I don't like that. If you want a dead or then it can be. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. I. Oh hey, I know this place. Hiya. Just make a stairs, whatever. Improvisation. Sometimes you need that. In the side, gravel. So staircase. and then oh. And then we can dig down again, but just in case, I'm gonna... There's a lot of stones, and then it looks like you're eating the stones to break them. It kinda is. Are you sure you're not saying anything? Well, okay, what? Am I missing something? I might be. Are you referring? You. Let me just block off this place so that I don't get destroyed by anything random. Hey, it's Nita. Hey. Oh my god, it's actually Nita. Alright, thanks for Emerald. Uh-oh. Okay, so at least from here I can still continue to like block everything. No interference is what I'm trying to say. Gonna make this a safe place. I'll just use oak planks. Oh, my torch! Oh, did I got it? Okay, one... This should be okay. Dirt brain of Dirk. There, okay, now we can continue digging straight down. Well, not straight down, but you know what I mean. Sometimes Dirk is serious, but when not, I can go like wibble wobble and noodle gonna flop and poof kind of then. It's relatable. You know, that sounds like Cobalt. That sounds like a Cobalt brain. Are you sure you're not a Cobalt? I'm just saying, you might be a Cobalt. Cobalt also flop. What's the word for that again? Doesn't Corgi has like a way of sleeping that's like sprout? Let me see if that's a thing. Corgi sploot. There it is. Yeah, when Corgi does this is when Corgi does this, they sploot. This is sploot, so I guess I do that. Oh, yeah. That is such a mood and also delightful way to word it. Yeah, right? Actually beautiful. The kobolds and Dirks are the same in some ways, only size difference. I guess in the way dragons are big kobolds. Yeah, like I said, kobolds are fun-sized dragons. That's why kobold love Dirk so much. That's cute. Yeah. Corgis are always so adorable. Fucking look at their limbs, so small. Fucking adorable. Oh, ad break. God damn it. Okay. While the ad break is happening, I can still continue digging down. Huh? I have to destroy that. That's cute. And we can also continue simping during ad breaks. True, nothing stops the simping. I can vouch for that. As a kobold, definitely. Ah, no. Okay. Oh, did I just age? Oh my god, I just aged and I cannot fit through. Oh my god. Oh, I am bigger now. Well, there goes my torch. Also, kobolds are sometimes be considered food. Only if the kobold has been really bad with Dirks. But have I been bad? Are you saying that I've been bad? No way. I'm not bad. You're bad. Or if the kobold wants it, not me. I would much rather to stay intact. Kobolds are not food. Yee. Must protect kobold. I'll try it out, but why? So I guess mossy cobblestone is where I know that there is water going on, right? Kobold and plushy body pillow size Dirks. Because they didn't say that you've been bad and you call the Dirk bad. Wait, have I said dragon bad? No, I would never. Did I say that? Shit, I'm sorry. Didn't mean that. No, dragons are not bad. I think it should be fine that I can just like expand to the side now. A very unconventional way of doing it, but so horny is good. That depends. See, so there is a different levels of horny. Alright, there are different level kind of horny, and just be what you say. Hey, I'm trying to be very careful with my wordings here. At least trying to be. Look, I'm never good with words, alright? I admit. This one? Yeah, see, it's fine. A acceptable level of horny is fine. Just don't horny until you break the TOS. That's fine. Okay. I guess I'll allow that. I guess, and I hope I don't regret saying that. Okay. Oh no. I'm scared. Why is that okay? So scary. Don't worry, Twitch TOS also play Discord DMs. That is true. That is actually true. You know what? I cannot argue with that. Yeah, it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to Twitch when you're in Discord. Also, Miss Kobo, my DMs are open. I'll ask for hugs. Dragon hugs. A 2 die for 12? You think 12 is good? Or like 9? 9, 8, 8, 9, 8, 6. 6? Okay, 6. Have I ever mentioned that my body hurts a little bit? It actually hurts a lot because of badminton. It's a fun session, but also very intense because, you know, it's been a month that I didn't play badminton, and last night I went to badminton and like tried my best. Oh shit, there's deep slate. I think that's good enough, right? Okay, let's not do deep slate. I don't like it. This slate takes so long to dig. Fine. And my friends was like, "Hey, 回来了啊，一个月没有打，来试看你的水准." They said like, "Oh, it's been a long time. You're back. Let's test your skills together." It's like, yeah, hell yeah, let's go, let's do it. And then that was like the most intense 19 over 21 score. So close. That's like the most intense one. There's also one. My friend's friend, they also play over there, but they're way too good, so we didn't even stand a chance. It was like 2 over 21, so it's like, yeah, that's fun. And stop here for now. My goal is to find my goal is still to find iron or diamond. Okay, let's put in the things. Yeah, deep slate is actually evil. They serve no purpose other than being another kind of cobblestone. But who would need that? Who needs another cobblestone that takes longer to dig? At least I don't need that. It just makes the mining experience more time consuming. I don't think I like that. I'm keeping the... I came with the stairs. I guess it's better when you get diamond tools, but it's still annoying. True. A diamond with, if I remember correctly, efficiency? Efficiency allows you to dig way faster. Right? If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, because I don't remember how to play this game, like, if at all. Oh, oops. That should be in. That should suffice. All right, let's continue digging. Just give me the Minecraft. It's been over a year. Ooh, yeah, it has been a long time for me before I started this Minecraft again. My last playthrough was a server that I completely forgot how to do it. I believe I was using Eternals, but I was using like T Launcher because I didn't legally own a copy of this game, but now it's different. Now I own a legal copy of the game. But apparently I see a lot of making a server needs, I forgot to craft torches, needs like, I need to buy a server or like rent a server to host. So that's a bit of a problem. So. Okay, we got torches. Efficiency 5 diamond plus haste 2 beacon allows you to instant mine stone. I have no idea how D-Slick does. So on this floor, Okay, on this floor I'm gonna dig like a big plane. All you need in Asterisk, okay. For a server is the way to open the port to the internet and run the server software on your machine. That's gonna be very resource intensive, no? Or at least it sounds very resource intensive to me. Because if I'm relying my PC to run the server or also play the game, it's probably gonna be a lot. Or definitely. So we have this. Let's see, we can start. Let's see, middle part. So here, 1, 2 here. You know what I mean? So here, 1, 2 here, 1, 1, 2, and then here. That crap. It is and isn't the best of servers, which is why buying a server is generally recommended. That is a very fair point. I get it. So 1, 2, and 1, 2, and it's Java, so it takes a few resources, but you won't need a too powerful PC. So I mean, it is still recommended to have a powerful PC for everyone in the server to have a good time, I assume. And I can assume again, if my PC runs like a piece, then it's probably gonna be a lot of lag for the server, I assume. All right, time to do some digging. Lots of digging. Oh yeah, I actually forgot I have this. Oh, we have zinc. I cannot mine zinc. Java Minecraft is just one of those games. You can run it off an actual potato if you try hard enough, but it can also bring the most powerful computers to your knees. I have a small computer myself that runs 24/7 and I usually run servers on it. Wow! It runs Linux and I maintain it over SSH. Eat the stone? If I can, I'll eat it for, because I'm hungry. Dirt, but some dragons can eat the stone. Well, some. Not all. God, this place is absolutely empty. So empty. It's so empty. Give me something. Iron something. Am I doing something wrong? I mean, I know I only been digging for like 2 minutes, but still. It's being super empty. There was zinc, true. Which height are you at? Step on. Was I at 6? I'm at 7. Apparently I'm at 7. I don't know why 7. I wanted 6 because 6 is cool. And I always love the number 6. But apparently I am 7. That is a lot of granite. Why? Also, just curious, is there any significance to digging when I found granite at the site diorite? Do they imply that there's something else nearby, or it's just there? I mean, I'm gonna assume they're just there, but it's kind of weird. They're just a large vein usually? Okay. So that doesn't imply that there is something of value nearby then. That's 2 broken stone pickaxe. Unless you value them. True. I don't really value granite because they look like... No, they look like some kind of meat. I don't like it. It's too meaty. And it's not even shiny. At least diorite looks kind of shiny because they are pretty shiny white. It's empty. There's nothing. Oh, coal? I'll take coal. I'll take coal. At this point, I'll take coal. Coal is good. Have I ever mentioned that I absolutely love coal? So on my previous server, Pinky actually made like a coal farm for me, just for me, because I love coal so much. And I was like, oh my god, it's coal farm. I can get so much coal, and I was so happy. I don't know why I like coal. I just like them. They're great. Ooh, that's a big coal. Nice. I am getting a lot of stones to make pickaxes. It's quite fuel dense. Yeah. What? What this? Oh, Okrum? Okrum. 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 What do you do, Okrum? Okrum. Okay, so they do nothing other than just these, okay? I put a handy image for ore distribution in the Minecraft channel. Okay. I think you found a geode. Also, let me check the art share. Can I look at your... Can I show the cobalt on your cobalt on stream, Nexus? Oh no, I don't understand. Oops. You can show kobold if you want. Oh, I'll definitely show kobold. Numbers?
Konnichiwa Tilda, I want to eat laksa Tilda.
I just ate laksa this morning. You're welcome. I think so. Let's see, so 100. I'm at large copper vein. 8. So let's see, 8 has nothing. No air exposure. Reduce air exposure. Large iron vein at oh my god! Iron vein is at minus 32? Large copper vein? Well, fuck. Sedge. Oh yeah, it's okay lah. Next year you can come back and eat laksalo. Guess I'll go down to about 32. Minus 64 is like the deepest. My previous playthrough, during my special stream, I dug into like minus 52 or something, and I found some rock that cannot be broken. What do you call them again? I don't remember. I'm gonna call it the rock that cannot be broken ever. So yeah. Iron vein at minus 32, that's insane. So I'm doing a fool's errand here. Thank you, Nexus. That helps a lot. Bedrock, thank you again. Also, here's the kobold. It's heckin' amazing monk kobold. Smash. No, I'm gonna get smashed. I'll befriend. Or maybe not, you know, that's a really good kobold. That's a really nice looking kobold. I like it, I like it, I like it. The kobold was drawn by a friend that also DMs the campaign. Wow! Lyric work time. Okay, good luck with work, thanks. Actually, they look monks, so definitely just hugs. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Okay, go back. Time to go dig in. Time to go down more. Let's get the zoomies. Sorry, got the deep slates. 1.18 just 1.118 version of Minecraft just forces people to go mine deep slates. Fine, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Yeah, gonna hug the monk. They accept hugs, right? You know, before they go like 色即是空，空即是色，南无阿弥达巴, and then it's like, uh-oh. See, so we're gonna do this. Okay. What is it? Too much? Oh, there. Okay. So just hide it here. You might want to dig the stairs one block lower to align with the stair blocks. Which one? This one? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. Thanks. Why do you have your dragon wearing a hood? A hood, huh? I know, excited. It's a spooky pumpkin. Yeah, it's a spooky pumpkin. What will happen if you pet the kobold? A good thing will happen to the kobold at least. I love that I have a pumpkin turkey mode. Boo! I pressed wrong button. It's festive fashion, yeah. Need to watch those horns to not step when pet. Look, my horns are curved horns. They are safe. They're absolutely safe for petting. They're made for petting, right? Oh my god, it's all deep slate. I mean, I already like down. God damn it, Minecraft. Why would you torture us so? Then pet the kobold. Yeah. That just means I need to try to hurt my paw when petting. How? You cannot hurt yourself when I have curved horns. Oh no! Yikes! Oh no! Yikes! Well, we know what to do. I would assume I'm gonna need quite a bit of stairs. Actually, no, I just need a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna make a detour. Don't you love detours so that you can avoid going into like deep dungeons? Yeah. So 2 here. Have some flat ground, it's great. I'm still thinking about the Narek saying that the pumpkin looks like... I cannot unsee it! Why would you say that it's a hood? I cannot see... ass. Crap. Shit. I don't need to make a detour, I guess. I guess I can just dig down here. Yeah, why not? No, probably not, because... Bobo, I stress, huh? Why? What's going on again? I should stream, but like, I don't know, not much not social right now. Honestly, if you feel like that, I would say not stream because to my experience, I'm saying this through my experience, so if you feel like you're forcing yourself to do stream, the stream itself will not exude a comfy vibe. You know what I mean? Like because you are stressed already and you're trying to stream, something feels off. I did that before, and I was like, yeah, let's not do that in the future because that's bad. It's not like bad, although you can also look at you doing stream as like a de-stress, I think. Yeah, but when I just first started, I know this is like very brutal. If so, I'm very sorry. This is like I'm being too honest here. So I didn't mean to like be very brutally honest. All right, but when I first started, I want to share a little bit. When I first started streaming, I gone through a bunch of like mental issues as well, and it's not fun. So there were times where I'm like, I don't want to stream because I don't feel like it, and it sucks because I don't want my stream vibe to feel wrong. But then again, I still do it anyway. And of course the stream doesn't do well because the vibe that I exude was already wrong. And because I had a small following, small viewer count, that didn't help as well because I don't really get to chat to anyone. So I'm sorry that this is like a bit too honest and a bit brutal. I get it, so I'm sorry, but it takes time. Stuff like this takes time. Like I said, I'm very lucky to be in this place where I feel stressed and sad. I can actually do stream and talk to people. Right, I'm actually glad I'm able to do that now because back then I cannot. So I'm sorry this is kind of brutal, but this is why I felt back then. When I had a small following, it's just kind of hard for me to do stream. When I feel down, so which is also why back then I don't stream a lot as well. I stream three times a week. About 3 hours max, because the time I stream used to be 11 p.m. to like 2 to 3 a.m., which is like very weird. Honestly, it's important. I appreciate that. Just I have no ill intention. Like I might be a little bit brutal. I might be a little bit being brutally honest here, but I'm sorry. But yeah, that at least that's how I feel back then. So it takes time to build a little community that allows me to do this. So I'm very lucky. Alright, let's just say I'm very lucky. But yeah, like Nexus says, don't feel pressure to stream. If you feel like you're not in a great mindset, like your mind is being a little like going through some bad thoughts, because that's that's how I was back then a lot. So best not to stream. But of course, if you want to do it, it's also possible. It's also possible. I'm not saying that just don't do it. You could try to be like what I did back then was like I'm doing here, being honest about my feelings, explaining my situation. But of course, not turning the whole stream into like a depressive episode, because again, honestly, right? Again, brutally being honest here, viewers don't like that when the whole stream is being depressive. I did that once. I was playing New World, and I was going through like huge depressive episode, and there are some people that stop by and say, "Oh, hope you feel better soon." But in general, the whole stream's fight just not what I want, right? It's not what I want. I want to have I want to have people being feel like they're safe being here, feel like they can express themselves being here, feel like they can sort of not trauma dump. All right, I don't like trauma dumping, to be honest, but a little bit is okay, just a little bit, and a little bit of like being able to stay here, hopefully just have a comfy vibe so that they can sort of relax, let loose a little bit, so that's what I'm hoping that I'm giving off. Like I'm trying to. That's also why I stream lah. Essentially that's my goal, to let people feel safe here. Also feel safe for myself, you know, since I recently came out as trans and stuff like that. So this is like my little safe space, and I do hope that it is y'all's safe space as well. So yeah, that's a little bit that I kind of want to share when I just first started streaming. It's not easy, by all means. It's tough as fuck. I get that. Being brutal is 100x, and that's a different kind of brutal. I for one appreciate honesty. Thank you. I might be honest sometimes, like when I'm sharing some of my experiences. I can share experience, right? I've been here for like 2 years, albeit like my following is not like the biggest, but it's still something. It's like my little very comfortable community, so I'll take it. Is that work is happening, work at home is happening, and I wanted to actually get better about stream, and I get what you mean. Yeah, those things take time. Because when I first started streaming, I don't even know how to speak well. I started from. Let me see if I can try to reiterate how I started streaming. Welcome to my stream. I play Tekken. And I just proceed to play Tekken, not making any comments on anything. It's like, or when something happens, it's like, oh, oh wow, oh wow, and then just stops, and then continue to play Tekken. It's like, okay, yeah, and that's how I started, and then after that, I started to look back at my stream, start to take a little bit of notes, like what can I sort of make comments here, like what can I sort of say, to what kind of flavor text can I add to a certain situation to make stream feels a little alive, right? Just a little bit, although I'm not doing it the best way possible, but it is a way that I'm doing it. Because right now things are a little bit easier because I can interact with chat, and that's really happy. Yeah.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Coincidence.
Fifi hug you a good Kobo, many dodgy hugs, and thank you Hyplov1.
No, thank you 100 bees. Oh, 100 gems. Oh my god, gems. Thank you, Ixon. I appreciate you as well. It's just I like sharing stuff like this sometimes. Well, ad break. Time to go back to the game. Fucking ad break. Oh, you know what I can do? I could go back down here. So from about, from here I can go down because I can jump to the side and jump here. Okay, so from this one, that works. Just need to destroy some blocks here. I know it's kind of unconventional of me doing it. Let's see. Yeah, that works. So I just need to go down. Although if I... Where? Iker Softpaw, hi. Wow, hoi, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? More Dirtcraft, yeah. Hi Zoe. Oh, playing VR chat. Wow. How was VR chat? I never really played VR chat though, so I have no idea how that goes usually. It was good. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Also, welcome in Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and dragons a lot. And I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Cutie bottom rating? Wait, cutie bottom Icarus rating? Cutie? Hi, Sarifin. Enjoy your surprise from the dragon. Ooh. Oh no! What do you mean? Oh no! So I'm playing heckin' Minecraft.
Hello and welcome.
Sarifin, thank you. I think I can be kind of unconventional about this and just dig it. So long as I just want this, I can do this. Hide in the dirt box. Tell my streamer to raid you, I'm mod for them. Oh, wow. Couple knobs on Shredder. Wait, are you a couple? Have I found another kobold friend? Let's see. What? What? Why? What do you want me to see? My butt. Surface. Yeah. Hello, kobold friend. Oh my god. More kobolds. It's so. Oh, god damn it. What am I supposed to do? This is like a false errand digging. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Serpents always kidding me on CD string. Oh, Canadian dragons? Ooh. And now he got me here. He doesn't love me. Yeah, I is kobold friend who knows some dragons. Nice. It's okay, though. Those are gentle bites of. I like dragons. Okay, those are Okay, let me rephrase that. Those are gentle bites of kobold. Open quote. I like dragons. Close quote. There you go. You're welcome. I've gone off VR and now I can hear. Nice, my poor ears. Is it like very heavy accessories going on for VR? I thought there's only like VR headset involved. If you allow the gravel, you can make a pillar via gravity. Oh, you're right. Very nobbable. Even though he's a kobold, he tries to knob me. Yeah, like I said, good noms. There was just a bunch of people talking at the same time. Oh, honestly, yeah. It's just VR chat things that is why I don't play VR chat back then. It scares me, to be honest. I used to play VR chat, but when I hear so many voices, it's like I just ran away. When the gravel was earlier in your stairway, there's usually a medium vein. Oh, gravel means that there's a medium vein? Gravel. Gravel. Wait, no, I put that gravel on. So I digged here, right? I keep getting... Okay, let's change place. a little bit more upwards so that I can do a detour around here. Oh yeah, of course, Icarus, if you need to take care of yourself with the post-stream care thing, please do so. No, the post-stream care, very important. And I appreciate the raid again, Icarus. I can dig here so that I can, like, dig down again. Sure didn't try cute dragons and Tylra is the cute couple. And Icarus software is a cutie good girl. Everyone is cute. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Not cute. Definitely cute. As someone who is terrorized by my 2 kobold mods and 1 dragon mod, I don't think kobolds too much. Nice! I mean, kobolds are great, no? At least I like kobolds. Don't forget about me. Yeah, Nexus is also a dragon. Sounds like something a cutie would say. Yeah, Exon is also a drag. There's like a bunch of kobolds and dragons here, which I like. I'm very happy about it. Want a dragon mod? Can I get a dragon mod? Not crap. I thought I made a bunch. I thought I made a bunch of them. I is the Bunai. Bunai is also very welcome. But yeah, I'm gonna go eat the rest. You have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Icarus. Take good care. Have do English. It's kinda hard. Well, thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate that. Go take care of yourself. And tapes paper into your bag to mod you into a dragon. would love to be a mod, dragon mod, like a Twitch mod or a mod, like a game mod. Okay, I think this works. All dragons are cuties. Twitch mod. Ooh. Oh, hi, Brecky. The kitty scratch is funny. I personally loved it a lot. Hope you're doing good, Brecky. Welcome in. Twitch mod? Ooh. I mean, if you don't mind, I would love that. more mods. But of course, no pressure, no pressure. Definitely no pressure. I can handle a little bit as well. I'm enjoying this mod so much. A mod that allows me to play as a dragon. A kobold's dream. Zepfosk, hi. Welcome, welcome. It's a pretty cool one. I know, right? It's so good. Oh. This is Dragon Survival mod in Minecraft. Although I downloaded a mod pack, so it's pretty good. Loving it so far. There's also kobolds in here apparently, but I cannot find them. Why is Lick you? Why is Lick you getting all the mods? It's okay, dry tube, I'm allowed that. Need to find one thing I can play as a Griffon. Griffon. Don't think I stumbled upon any of them, to be honest. Maybe Griffon is even more rare than a dragon. I don't know why Licky is getting auto-modded now. So I need to mine until minus 32. I'm now at minus 11. Ah, pretty close, pretty close. So as of Minecraft 1.18.1.18, iron veins are at the level of minus 32. Alright. The see, thing is, I've been here for almost 3 hours. 2 hours and 43 minutes. As mentioned by OBS. Haven't found any iron. Like zero, absolute zero iron. Iron! They want to be licked by Smexy Dragon, so hey yo. The kobolds are hiding, waiting to pounce and numb all the dragons, right? We're gonna pounce them with love. Oh. Oh yikes, what is that? I feel like I don't want to mess with that. Actually cannot see shit like this. Okay, so let's see. Here. Is this the Minecraft ambience? Because if so, I hate it. Dirt always give cuddles. Ooh, tempting. Let's see, one, two, block here. See, I'm blocking because I have to deal with anything for now. Actually can't see anything I hate. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, is that Tamlin? No, it's... Oh, it's Gyarados Zero! Oh my god. And clothes are evil, they always cover things up, right? Just get a leg warmer. Just wear a leg warmer, that's good enough. I mean, look at this kobold on the screen right now. Look at what she's wearing. That's a very tempting goal, though. I'll leave one like this so that I can look at it. What is this song? This is Rogue 4. Rogue 4 boss fight for Hi-Fi Rush. Nothing wrong with a bit of fun. True. Open-ended programming stocks. I am single though. Yeah, same. I honestly I honestly okay. Here's me being honest again. I actually crush on a few dragons up there. All right, might not be the most healthy way of having a crush, but yeah. But because I feel like my financial issue is not very stable, because my financial situation is not stable, so I decided to just keep it to myself. Oh. Redstone dust, but not iron? I'm at -20, okay. I think most of us are. Single and lonely as fuck. I cannot mine redstone. I need iron pickaxe. Aduh, nak yang mai. Weh, apa ini? I mean, to be fair, this I should have known. How about I start explore here? That's not explorer worthy. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. This would know that I wasn't here. I could do like another detour. Okay, it's not too hard to do. Oh yeah, yeah. I love how the shirt is like, oh yeah, looks at me. This music is great, right? The boss is pretty hot looking too. Let's just show where I am. Even though I'm laying down, I still feel a bit shitty. No, that sounds terrible. I hope you feel better soon, even though I don't know how to help with that, but my best wishes are with you. I have tea. Oh, tea, good. Okay, game, you gave me 1 raw iron. Thank you. 1. Don't you think that's a little bit stingy? 1. Shit. Okay, let me just like put something here so that they don't. Tea is good. Tea is great. Tea is amazing. Tea. Shit. I need to one up that. Tea is. Crap. Tea is bagus. Yeah, I tried. Fuck. Try sending as a good advice as I can in your general direction. Yeah. We like good vibes here. Okay, maybe I can start digging here again. I'm at minus 17. Yeah, I need to start digging down a little bit more. Oh, Zoe streams? Ooh. Oh yeah, dried tube. Let me... How about this? Let me ask... I know it's a little bit weird for me to do this, but I just want to ask, like, officially, is it okay for you to be my Twitch mod? Like, it's kind of weird for me to just, like, do this, right? Is it? I don't know. Absolutely. Ooh, okay, I'll do it afterwards. I appreciate that. Cobalt spotted. Wow, hi Deb. Yes, you've seen a kobold. Where? Where? I don't know. Dry is a good mod. I can see that. Heck yeah. And I'll appreciate having more mods, but not too much. Right there. Where? Right. Oh my god, I'm being whooped. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I never seen such an easy way to mod. Well, I don't know what it's like to be a... Honestly... You're faster. I don't know. Because DryTube... Well, DryTube is known to mod for a few streams, not only just like 1 or 2. So I think... Yeah, that's good enough. Very good enough, even. Digging down from here is so hard. Hiya.
Hello and welcome.
Well, that's your mama. Oh wow. Hi, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. It's actually quite easy to get mod. All you gotta do is really be active a lot. Eventually you'll be able to get mod for over 20 people. Plus I have 2 years under my belt of being on Twitch and knowing people. Can I join? This is a single player one. I assume you mean the Minecraft thing that I'm in right now currently. I'm on a single player thing, so it might be a little difficult. Need to cover this one up. Oh, nope. Just block here. I can always add block afterwards, right? I just want to deal with whatever this is. Can I just do like... I think I can just do this. Oh. I can do that? That's pretty fast, okay. We have a new mod, yay! I have 5 years of following on Twitch but by some streamers, but yet it's not that easy as you say. Oh. I'm not dead yet. It's a bit rude to follow someone and immediately ask to join the streamer's game. That is a little uncomfortable. I'm at 24. Oh my god, there's still so much more. Fucking Deep Slate, man. The Deep Slate is so hard to destroy. It takes like 10 years to destroy. Ugh. Why? Why is this the thing? Okay, game, I see how it is. See, thing is, I could fly, get down there and try to like... But since I don't have food, dying here would be a little bad, considering how there's already zombie noises. Oh my god! For fuck's sake, this is bad. Kinda not my destiny to be a mod, so I'll just be a bean who just loves to give some love. That's fair. To my knowledge, being a mod is easy but also not easy. You have to be active for the chat, you have to be ready for like the hate rates and shit. Considering how there's so many bad stuff happening around Twitch, that's why we have mods. Just build friendships and relationships with streamers, not like actual relationships. I mean, like to get to know them and all that. Yeah. Doesn't mean you want to be a mod. Oh yeah. You want to be a mod, Sharon? Definitely not that easy. You do have to be ready for the to be in the streams. I've been on Twitch for like 4 years and been for 6 years, and only mod for 4 channels. But also I do like to be just to be friends with anyone. Yeah. Like I said, being a mod is like you're gonna be active on the streamer's stream, and you have to like prepare for. Well, of course you can hang out, have fun and stuff like that, but you have to prepare for something if like hate rates happening and shit. So yeah, stuff like that. Definitely not easy. What's the point of saying someone's a mod if they're never in the chat? Exactly. Although yes, I've seen Strider in my chat for like most of the time, and I appreciate that. I like it. Yes, 6, 8, 64, 16. Different color stairs. Also, you know what? I should say this. I officially welcome DryTube as a mod in my channel. Yay! Also, I much prefer my pink jam badge. I want to be the sword wielder, and I'm ready to the wave of hate because I'm a mod on the TikTok and there's much of hate waves. Well, if that's the case, Shredder, I'm gonna do the same as well to you. As like officially ask for this, okay? Do you want to mod for my channel? Like, just want to ask this officially so it doesn't feel weird or anything, right? If yes, I can definitely give you the mod because you did share experience and I trust you, and I trust you on that. Why not? All right. Dry has a sword. Hides on the Shredder 6. Well, Shredder has a sword now as well. Haha. Uh-oh, wait, no, not haha. Wait, us kobolds are in trouble, Seraphim. Alright, well. We welcome Shredder as a mod in this channel as well. Yay. Oh no, the dragons have sword noms them both. Get them! Do you want to be a mod? Do you vow to protect us till death? Do you vow to memorize every Streamlabs command? Do you promise to pet the kobold daily? Do you vow to give the kobold food and take them for walks? Do you yes. Yeah, all of that, please. Thank you very much. Me and Ixon don't have a sword. Because we're gem holders. I've already petted the kobold. You know what? You did. gets sticks. No, no nom the kobold. Kobold noms you. Yeah, don't nom the kobold. No nomming kobold. Okay, more pets. About the bad thing. You would know when stuff happening because now you'll be able to see automod shit. When automod happens, you guys, person with a green sword will see the automod, and depends on that, you guys will be able to either choose to allow them or block them. Sword. Actually, give me a second. Give me a few seconds, actually. Open up the light. Hi Roxas, you found the best video for me? What video? A place to hide sword. Hey yo! You can hide in the swords place. Oh no. Too many swords. Nope. In your Discord? Okay. I downloaded the wrong Evo. TK Mishima Fury, ayo. I'm gonna watch it. Oh, isn't this from Evo? Yeah, it's from Evo 2023. Like the Koreans have like a new tech of just doing this. I know I'm not showing it for now. I wanted to see how long this video goes on. Okay, there we go. It repeats. So in Evo 2023, when people are playing Tekken, they're using arcade stick like this. But because I don't know why they put things like this, it already looks wrong. I know they're trying to keep their palm like as less sweaty as possible because, you know, if it's sweaty, the arcade stick will actually like slip by, so it's bad. So they put it like this. But then when they do that, it's just I know they're fiddling with the arcade stick, but still, even that came out wrong. You don't want people to see it, yes, but also you don't want your hand to be too sweaty inside. You can always like just grab the towel and just be less sweaty. They don't like sticky hands when they play Tekken, because you're gonna do that KBD. You need that crisp input, so they do this. It's kind of funny. Drag Serif into DMs. Wow. I'm getting pet. But serious note, I recommend you new mods, learn Streamlabs commands. I don't know if I have much Streamlabs commands. Give me a second. And maybe I can help you guys with that. I only have a few, I guess? I mean, I have a bunch of them, but like a bunch of them is just like for fun shit. Here, let me go to my Streamlabs page and go to Cloudbot commands. Okay, let me see. There is a few of them. I mean, you guys can also look, I guess? I mean, look. Ooh, I have uptime. I didn't even know. Does uptime even work? How do I even make that? Okay, of course, shout outs. Subscribers, moderators, and streamer. I even enable subscribers. So shout out, very important. And I mean, Discord. I actually have like Discord. Yeah, no Twitter. This one is like maybe I should just delete something. This is Killing Room. I'm not playing that anymore. I have no account age, but I have follow age. This is like the old rate. Why am I getting shouted out? Why do you need uptime when the time is right under the video? To my knowledge, mobile users sometimes use that command to know how long the streamer goes, how long the streamer is on, because Twitch mobile doesn't show, as far as I know. Streamlabs isn't hard to learn, though it has some interesting eccentrics compared to straight elements. Ooh, that works. Trying some things here. I should like, let's delete this. The fun stuff, PS All. Fucking Roxas made this because I played Phantasy Star Online and Phantasy Star Online sucks, he says. Little shit. Then mobile is showing the time you're on your phone. Oh, okay. Yeah, Snake did this because I have a Snake character. Oh, the flip is being disabled because Seribot has a flip by itself, so I disabled it. But I'm not disabling it. I'm not enabling, I just disabled it. I'm not deleting it. Love? Since when I have this one? Did Roxas make this one and crying? YouTube is not here anymore. I'll keep the collab because collab is like when I have someone else. This one is like long ago though. Now I'll delete this. Throne is not here anymore. I have socials. There's a slow chat. Usually I don't use that because, well, my chat is not very fast and I can keep up. So socials is like, so Discord and socials I always do it during the end. They're gonna do it just good to know. Yeah, you have now a bunch of mod tools that you can experiment when time comes. When the time comes, you can experiment. Compatible, also people just do it for fun. It's compatible, by the way. So I have a bunch of raid messages, but usually I use raid trainings. Since I have raid 3 and 4, what? Would you kindly give Kobo uppies? Anyone willing to offer the Kobo some loving uppies? Since when I have this? So yeah, not much command, but yeah, that's about it. I think the most important one is just like this, and then towards the end of the stream, this and this, I think. Nah, and maybe that's it. But still, you can just do mod things. It's okay. Don't be restricted by my words. Yeah. I feel proud for dancing on dead bodies. Killing. Oh yeah, I was doing Killer Instinct. I know straight elements more than Streamlabs, and another good tool to know about is shield mode, because it's handy with bot rates and hate rates. Yeah, that's pretty good. Shield mode. I don't know if you have this. If you don't, I don't know, but it's here. I can show it. So shield mode is here, and of course it's a mod. You now have access to these buttons right here, so you can just like delete the message on the fly and also time out that particular person or ban them by pressing the button like this. And I know I can quote something. Yeah, you know, you can. So yeah, if you don't have this, usually you can turn on with, yeah, show mod icons here. Usually you can just, oh, it's blowing. You can usually just turn on the show mod icons here, so that this will show up and it'll be easier to do mod stuff, to my knowledge. Yeah, even though I to be honest, I never modded for anyone, so I can't help much. But I'll try my best. So yeah. But of course, thank you for being my mod. That really helps a lot. Even, yeah, just having mods really helps with, you know, me streaming feels safe. So thank you, really. What do I want to do again? Oh yeah, I'm gonna explore, but I cannot fly anymore. I need food. How am I supposed to get food? I can't even make buckets. I mean, I can make buckets by 3 of these. This is just sad. Oh. Drake could teach me some stuff, I think, but it's not much different than TikTok. Ah, good to know. Okay, I'll burn this. I also mind that this mod could be stinky sometimes. It's okay. Stinky Dirk can still be a Stinky Dirk. I used to know everything about ScottyBot back when Beam was still iBeam and not Mixer. I miss my old Beam. Another good thing to know for mods is that mod view sucks balls. Oh, I never used mod view before. There's a thing in the settings to put the chat control commands like the people in chat in CC the timeout band. Yeah, like I said, the mod icons. Does TikTok have live streams? Kinda. They have, right? Fits right in. I think this might be a little too much. Might need to go cut some trees, huh? Oh, hi. On this one, we can just right-click names as a mod to bring out a quick action menu. Oh. That's pretty good. Incinerate some haters. Yeah. I feel protected. I like the leaf piles. I can eat apples, that's sad. No. Mod view is really delayed. Oh. What's the point of being a mod view then if it's really delayed? Sorry. And very slow at least, that's what I found. I mean, I never used mod view before and I'm glad I didn't. I'm actually training as a furry protector, so yeah. Okay, Narix, okay. Nah, I cannot unsee it. Good? I mean... wink wonk, yes. If you know what I mean, I like it. Okay, I'll stop. I will stop, I am so sorry. Oh boy. Oh yay, leaf pile. I like the leaf pile. Look at that. Destroys so quickly. Oh yeah, so let me just replay the playlist real quick. Yeah, back to the best music. Let's go back to my house again. Why is there a llama here? Hi. Please don't come into my house. How do I even enter the mod view on the phone? Honestly, I have no idea. Mod view is to abuse a streamer. That's only you! Need to figure out. The only thing mod view is good for is the add block terms. Only if she gives us editor permissions. Oh, really? So I guess I'll give my mod editor. Edit. No, there's no slash editor. Maybe I have to go to my Twitch channel for that. It's okay. Give me a second. I think I mentioned editor role as well before. I haven't entered mod view in mobile before. In the roles, okay. Are you absolutely sure? Editor gives mod view, but what can they like handle streaming stuff? Can they end my stream? No, right? I hate Microsoft. Why they bring a delivered Beam platform? I've been edited in 3 streams. They can do nearly almost everything except start and streams. Ooh, that's a lot of power. Editor can change your game title, your stream title, and a few other things. Let your mod change your title in game. I'm not sure about tags. Adjust category, change stream title, change point, redeems point. Oh, wow. I will be the first one who will be able to use mod view because I can't watch the stream from my PC because it laggy today. And they can even set up rates for you. Oh, wow. I thought you can change title already. I don't know if you can do that. In my bot run that's at least VIP can change all the things because I set up commands. Oh, using commands. Not the rating, but the rest. I can give editor to Narix and Dried Tube first. I'm not gonna give it to Roxas. Roxas a little shit. It's very, very useful, but also a risk if you don't fully trust. No buts, no buts. No buts, not for you. Justify more chaos easy. I'm gonna give it to... Okay, it's okay. I'll give to Dried Tube and Narix first because those two I trust the most currently. Why did Twitch says I have 1.2k followers? How the fuck? Oh my god. What do you mean wow? Did they say that you have editor now? It's only good to give it to some, yeah. But, Combo said no but for you. So Dried Tube has a need to find. Oh, what? Narix, you already have editor? What? You have editor. So I have 2 editors now. Hey. Narix already have editor and such no trust. It's not that I don't trust you, it's because I trust you too much.
Emotional damage.
I think it also depends on what you can allow to be edited. I'm not too sure. I can change your stream title, but that seems to be all. Ooh. I don't know. Maybe I should look into that tonight. Because that I genuinely have no idea. I could make a bucket and make a farm. And that llama is looking mighty tasty. Stream title is nice for Beat Saber streamers, so the mods can change the title between exclamation mark BSR request on and request off. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so I need a 7x7. Oh, yikes, really? Guess not here. Okay, no, okay, okay, Look, I already said it. I already said what I said, alright? I only say it once. I only say it once. It's really hard for streamers in VR to change titles and shit. Although, in terms of like... Do I want to say? Can I say this? It's okay, I'm just here. If you know, okay. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to put water. Well. I guess that's how water works. Sure. I want to do this. Moisturize? Okay. I'll drink. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep. We're yipping. Yep.
Yep.
We're gonna yip. We like yipping.
Yep.
Yipping's good. We like yipping.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, hi Merp. Oh, random kobold fact. Did you know that in canon lore of Pathfinders, kobolds are heavily implied to bottom for dragons, as the mention how kobolds can unhinge their jaws and that they would do anything to please their draconic protectors within the paragraph of each other. And in both D&D and Pathfinder lore, kobolds can change that. Ooh! Well, there you go. I like that. Also, hi Merp. How's the best kobold doing? I think you guys can also... no, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Kobo! Yeah, Kobo. I don't know how you doing. I'm doing pretty okay. Was a little sleepy, but now not so much sleepy anymore. Having a lot of fun in Minecraft. Now I'm trying to make a small farm. Doing roll testing. Nice. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say something explicit. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna expose myself a little bit. Alright, I hope you guys don't mind, alright. So, there is the thing, hoods, right? Hoods. There's the thing called, this is not Twitch TOS, I believe. There's a thing called, top hoods, right? Those things scares me. A lot. They are scary. I don't like them. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Merp. It was very recent. Yeah, I exposed myself a little bit. Not the biggest fan of them, yeah. It looks lifeless and emotionless, I guess. I don't know. See, the thing is, maybe I'm just very biased because I like dragon hoods. Yeah, that kind of hood. I've been looking at birthday streams, but I didn't know what to say since there were so many people like getting kind of anxious about 20 peeps. Oh, it's okay, Merp, it's okay. I appreciate the birthday wishes and the lurk too. Lurk is always good. Yeah, and like I said, Dragon Hood narcs. There is Dragon Hood. I like that. So which is why I think like I'm just being like you know, biased, like heavily biased. Okay, let's see. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7。1、2、3、4、5。2 more. It's always nice to know that there's like a kobold lurking. Not gonna lie, I much prefer the cheap rubber Halloween dragon mask from Walmart. Oh, I don't know how that looked though. Your channel called Glimmers? Yeah, I changed it from cryptid points to glims. Because glims, I like glims. Gems, but you need glims. Glims, gems. Middle here. Oh, I forgot to bring dirt, really? Why not shinies? I think a lot of people are putting it as shinies, which, to be fair, I could put as shinies as well. But glams? Who doesn't like a little bit of glams? Those are also shinies. Chinese. So I need to make a hole and also bring my seed. Can I plant pumpkin? A hole is like 2 and 2, right? Okay, yeah, I still remember. Just looked it up, they look half decent. Now I'm curious. Imagine those Mimi rubber horse masks, but it's a fire of frost dragon. Ooh. Let's see. Walmart Lake. What do you call that? Dragon Hood? Walmart Dragon Hood. Is that a search term? No, this is a lot of Dragon Ball. And hoodie. And a lot of kids thing. Oh my god, they did a straight up rip off art? I mean, I'm not surprised, it's Walmart. It's online. Hello, baby costumes. Big dragon tail black. Ice dragon boys light up costume. Hey yo. Wow, I mean, this is kinda, I mean, I guess the head is a little, you know, the head's kinda cool, but the rest? What is this? What is this? Did you just give up? One, one review, 1 star. What's the review? Horrible. The entire costume smells so horrible. My kid. What? That's so sad. It smells like terrible. Okay. No, a rubber dragon mask. Oh, okay. Let me search it up real quick. Oh, those kind of masks. Not necessarily hood, but these are pretty good. Like, not gonna lie, these are pretty good. Look at that. Like, these are like very decent masks. Although one thing with masks though, one thing with masks like this, I don't like they use real eyes. I would prefer them to like have a mesh where we can see through, so that they cover our real eyes. See, it looks so silly because of human eyes. Fuck. Okay, stop. Oh, these are the one you found. Yeah, I think those are what you're talking about. Send in DMs. Okay, I won't show it then. Let me see. Oh wow! How do you Walmart sell these? These are actually pretty amazing. This is nothing wrong. I can show this. Unfortunately, the human is not included in the packaging. Yeah, at least it works. What works? They working? I can't do it on phone, unfortunately, but well, the other comments. Yeah, the comments should work. They're fun and amusing on the long car rides, but you can see nothing. The first Walmart Halloween dragon mask I found was quite detailed. The smell might not even be the product's fault. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of funny. Yeah, they can wash things too. Why would they put a 1 star for that? It's not the exact ones, the one that were like $40, not 200. Because they were cheap rubber and had eyes like that. But it's a lot closer than the small maps. Yeah. These are actually kind of impressive. I see, this is what I mean. Just put the dark mesh here and it works like a proper fursuit head. Yeah? See that? It's just put a black mesh. Just put black. Yeah, I shouldn't zoom in. Oh, it hurts. Put a mesh. No reviews though. It's like 205 ringgit. Too much, man. It's impressive. On the product reference pic, the errata pics are a lot sillier. Oh, so it's something like the Chinese Taobao stuff, where they like steal a design of a fursuit and just make like a shitty one and sell them. I saw like a bunch of them. It's stupid. So you cannot trust the picture like that? Ah, okay. To be expected, I guess. To be expected. I want this. Like, do you know those rubber horse masks in memes? Mm-hmm. Oh, are they like that? Okay, so dig from here. It's those, but as the derpy dragon. Oh. Yeah lah, this is some of that. Okay lah. It's not top notch, it's not like made by a professional. So I guess that is to be expected. I learned this from my previous playthrough. A water will supply a 7x7 space water supply. A like solid water tile, I mean. And to hold them. No, maybe I need more sun here. That should be enough. Oh, that's all the seeds. Oh, I can put down here? Nah, I'm not gonna put down here. Yeah, making a litter box? How is this a litter box? This is a farm. Nice silent experience. Hello. Hello. Remember, Pumpkin needs one free dirt spot on the other side. On either side, okay. But I'm not farming, I'm not planting pumpkins for now. Because I don't know if it's autumn. I cannot run. I'm so hungry in game. Nice. Too big to fail. Too big to fail. Honestly, I can just make like a bunch of treasure hoard, right? Let's make like 4 of them. How's it going? It's going pretty well. Hollow fabric? What fabric? I can be the snake. I thought you were a dragon. How are you supposed to be a snake? The mod pack? I got one from the Dragon Survival mod pack. Does this help? This one. Play as Dragon. This mod pack. Yeah, this one. This one is the mod pack I got from the Dragon Survival mod. It's pretty good. I am liking it so far. Might be a little difficult for me because I suck, but the game is fun. I can give you a kill. Dragon Myth, let's go. Too bad I just finished eating a snack. That's nice. Do you mind if I try something? What are you gonna try? What are you gonna try? It depends. What are you gonna try? Let's destroy this bed. We don't need bed with dragons. We just sleep on. Oh, that's how you do it. Just save command? What's a save command? Crap, I didn't mean to do that. Just gonna still chat a bit, I just wanna try it. Yeah, don't break anything. No? Do not? Okay, yeah, no. Okay, yeah, let's not do that. Okay, let's not do that. Did you do it? Gonna chat fast. Let's take another block. That's a huge lockdown. Oh, wow. Yeah. Let's not do that. Can I sleep on this? Thank you. I can sleep on Horde. I usually play mod packs of 100 because mod packs are usually for me boring under 150. Well, as long as the mod pack doesn't break my PC, I think it's fun. And it caters to my need. Slow mode means that anyone not a mod or VIP has to wait 2 minutes between messages. Go to your own stream, even if you don't stream, just do it. 3 seconds, true. Yeah, I actually agreed right to. You can try it on your... Yeah, sure that you could try on your stream if you want. 2 minutes was a very old version. Defaults to something short now. I mean, I get at least that helps. Question mark. So we have a small farm going on, even though I cannot eat them. How do I do it? I guess the same way you would do it on my stream. No, you don't need to begin the stream. DryTube mentioned that you can just do it, no. Oh, 5 seconds. I've been victim of 3 companies crashing my time as mod dev. What? Yeah, like this. I think VIP bypassed that. I have slow mod on my end, but VIP bypasses slow mod. Yeah. Thanks, Narix. Enable emote only chat. Nah. Oh my god, the ambience. The anger rising. VIP bypass slower emote and sub only mode. Oh, I believe I know of a mod that can possibly be a bit interesting. This one is interesting enough for me. I'm just go hunt monster before 5 p.m. reset. Oh, it resets 5 p.m. That's weird. Okay, like go hunt, go hunt. Pink Tian says that rate. That's the rate up. Isn't Pink Tian and Pink Radiance like how many stars? 6. I remember Pink Radiance is like a shitload of stars. Oh, every 3 hours. Okay, okay. Deep inhale. See, now that the horny starts. I'm already thinking dirty thoughts about emote only mode. This is bad. I'm not gonna say what it is, but this is bad. God, I cannot eat anything. How? Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. You can DM me. Horny silence should not be existent, but it is. But why don't let me check it? Because I don't know what's gonna happen if it's unknown. Maybe check it during my off time, then yeah. Because on time, it's probably gonna disrupt some viewer experiences. And I generally don't want that. Oh, hi. Please get out of my house. It will ban everyone. Nah, not ban everyone. I'm quite different when holy mode is turned on. I'm pretty sure everyone is different when holy mode is turned on. Oh, the slow chat will ban anyone. Dry tube said JK. None of the horny stars like it never stop. Well, I mean, couples are always pure, innocent, and wholesome. See? Seraphine gets it. Thank you. You have no idea. Oh, do I now? I'm always in horny mode. I'm very much, well, I have horny mode silent and horny mode vocal. See, guys, now you don't know what I mean by when I say, you know, when Narix turned on emote only mode, it just makes me think of something else. You know, something starts with G, ends with G. That's all I'm gonna say about it. You guys can go figure. Oh, that's ad break. I keep my horny mode somewhere, but I don't know where to put it. So yeah, that's also kind of hard sometimes. Nexus. Oh, Bob. What? Start with G, ends with G. What did I do with Ash? Ash Ketchum? Yeah, this adds. G and G, good. Ow! Yeah, I'm sorry, silent experience. Ashen Bear Hide. Ashen Bear Rug. Ash Break? Yeah, this Ash. Is that a different Ash? There's 2 different Ashes. Supplementaries. Shield mode doesn't ban anyone, but it slams the chat in to follower emote slow in sub-only mode. It's good to do if you get hit by the bot raid or a hate raid. See, there's one thing that scared me. Remember like there's an extension hack back then? Because it uses my account to spout a bunch of shit. Because it's my account, I'm the broadcaster, it bypasses everything. So I was honestly panicking a little bit, but in the end I kind of stopped because I just, yeah. I just changed everything, like password, I changed password, changed my Hotmail password and everything. Where's the bed? Do you not see my bed? This is my... Is your bed fire now? No, it's not fire. It's my copper, my copper hoard, my copper dragon treasure. I'm sleeping on my treasure. And if I remember correctly, sleeping on treasure heals. Yeah, I have a treasure hoard now. Albeit copper, not the best, but I'll try my best to get more stuff. Now let's get more digging done. Diggity ding. Why not sleep on my lap? I don't know. Because I offer my left first. One at a time, I guess. Yeah. So many laps. Though with Celery bot, it makes dealing with bot raid easier because it will handle most of the bot that raid. Though you may, as a mod or streamer, go in and ban anyone it missed, which is something else mod view is good for. Oh, I never thought about that. But yeah, I have Celery bot on, so it really does ease the pain a little bit. So hell yeah, Celery bot is amazing. Just gonna keep going down. I want more stuff. I want to find more things. So now that I'm so close to... Yeah, I'm stuck here. Oh, hi Tylra. Oh my god. I vote for sleeping all at once. Okay, action. Okay. Look, I'm small, I cannot sleep on all of them. Welcome, Tylra. How you doing? Borits are annoying as fuck. I'm really having to manually go through and ban all of the... Yeah, shit, that was when I chose... That happens when I first started streaming. It sucks. It sucks. I'm at -2 only? Gosh, there's no place I can dig down. So yeah, I get that. Let's just get it just goes down like that. I'd have to just jump down. It's just... There's no way for me to put things. Oh my god. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Let me see if I go down here. If it's like close enough, I could try doing it. I believe down here is like already... No, I cannot fly anymore, Nexus. Because I'm at 2 foot bar. I need at least 3 to fly, like dashing. Oh yeah, gravel. Shit, okay. I think I have a bunch of gravel. Let me try that. Since I cannot run, so getting up the stairs is a little bit slow. Welcome to my farm, don't worry about it. It's a great farm, thank you very much. Yeah, I think gravel is gonna work. Also, look, Kalfira, I have a horde. I have my copper dragon treasure. It shines. Do I have gravel? 16? Hopefully that's enough. Just gonna bring a little bit of deep slate now. Yeah, food's a big problem. I cannot kill anything to get food, and outside there's no like livestock for me to kill, so it's tough. It's slow, but it's definitely going down. How do I keep my hunger up anyway? As the forest dragon, I need to eat raw food. So, oh, okay, that's enough. So with this, I'm gonna manually external screaming. Look, I'm a forest dragon. I can't eat that. No, some of the commands just need to remember them. Yeah, it's not even it's like your first time being a mod. No pressure. It's fucking wrong. The fucking base is fucking wrong. The classic, we love them. Oh no, let's add like 2. 1, 2. Oh, it's very deep down. Here's dragon. Delicious. Find some good fucking food. Mmm. I mean, I have been eating rotten flesh to keep my hunger up. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna dig straight down. With a bit of try and error, Ramsey could probably please the Grumpy Dirk. The first rule of Minecraft? Yeah. What about it? What's the first rule of Minecraft? Always dig straight down? Yes! 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 I think I can just jump down from here. It's getting really dark. Ooh, okay. Is there a diamond? No, it's zinc. God damn it. I don't think I like that. What is that? It's all very shiny. I like it, but at the same time, I don't like it. I'm probably gonna die a bunch of times, but don't worry about it. The board. It's okay, this kobold got skills. Deep slate zinc. Wait, you're zinc? Ah! 哎呀妈嘅爭河都不懂什麼來的。Hell's Kitchen's contestants could have suffered far less by having the undercooked food fed to their store. Yeah, see? I see tiny Minecraft dragon. Yeah. Hi, Kairos Kyria. Fuck. Lick the kobold butt, no die. I'm dead. But at least I have full health now. Ooh. Oh, it's a wolf. No. I forgot I cannot hit anything on the third person mode. Aiyo, 我病欸。你什么鬼叉都没有给我，你这样要我打一只鬼东西，我没有话讲了咯。Forest dragons have less fall damage, I forgot. Ah, that's actually good to know. Okay, let's go first person. Alright, where's that ass hat? Oop. Ah! Nuh-uh. You think you can stick on me like that? You fuck. There's one thing I'm good at is persistence. I'm a feisty kobo. You don't mess with me. Oh, someone's stuck? Someone's scared? That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you tried killing me? Oh, that's your first mistake. You tried to kill me. Hey. Hey. Hey, fuck. I cannot see anything. Okay, good. You want to fight? You want to fight? Alright, okay. Yeah, sure. I'm coming. Yeah, you think I'm not afraid of you? This music fits right now, you fuck. Come here, asshat. I'm strafing. Sword! Hey, it's Nyama. I cannot see. Strafing. Nope. I'm not that. I like that feisty and mean. You think I'm scared of you? Shit? No, I'm not. Oh, oops. Just like down here. Highly reactive. Nah, strafing. It. How much health do you have? Ah. I'm okay watching before God with mom to breakfast. No, the anti-delay I got my cobalt model ready. You have a cobalt model? Oh my god, yeah. Speaking of raw, just raw dogging combat with no real kit. You know, if it works, it works. Oh wait, not here. This is the failed one. Well, actually, it might be the good one. Okay, I'll do this. Okay, I'll do this. Look at that extra power. Let me do some. Okay, I now have more power. Okay, look at this shit. Come here, asshat. I'm speed now. Hey, fuck! What did I press? I pressed something on my OBS. Uh-oh. I'm not giving up. I'm getting my stuff back. You think I cannot kill you? That's your first mistake. I can revive. You cannot. Not now, Goblin Nathaniel. I'm slowly killing it. 10 out of 10 of my combo, very attractive. You know what? I'll take it. Let's see. Uh-oh. They're friends, they're cheating. Are you a friend? No, you don't even care about me. Okay then. That's right, that's right. Woo! I have a hat. Oh, I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I cannot stay in the dark for too long. I'm stressed. Hey, why do you want to fight me now? Hey, no. You think you can get Cobalt tail like this? No, you're gonna ask for it. Nuh-uh. You think... Yeah, that's right. You think I don't know how to play Minecraft? That's your first mistake. I know to play Minecraft. How do I look? Oh. I have a head. Also, snoot cam. Giant googly eyes. It's cute, man. Look at that. Oh my god. It's so adorbs. I like it. Okay, where is my stuff? I think I might have lost it forever. Or maybe not. Oh, nice. Oh, now I'm being festive again. Dying alone is very stressful. Oh, it's also stressful for a frost dragon to be in dark places for a long period of time. Hey, what biang eh? You keep spawning like that. Oh! I don't see anything. No. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. Okay, thank you. Normal. Yay, rotten flesh finally. Time to eat. Nom. God, I'm gonna get
Hello and welcome.
Squishy Fox. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Can you actually like dodge all shots and attack them? This iron though. Just let me destroy all the graves. Okay. I think the place is kind of bright enough so that I don't fight in stressed environment. Am I? Okay, I'm 3 years old now at least. Okay. I'm gonna fight them. Oh, they are kobold skeletons. Are you guys chill? Why would you kill me then? Why would you guys kill me back then if you're chill? Fine, I guess. They just decide to bully a little kobold. Alright, let's find some hacking things. Oh, I was gonna say finally some iron. Fuck. Oh no. But yeah, Kafara is featured in an actual D&D table. Yeah! Oh my god, that's amazing! Hell yeah! Did you know that she has a drop kick just like Minos Prime's? Minos Prime? Drop kick? Like Minos Prime? Oh my god, yes. That is actually perfect, Kafara. It's canon, it's canon. It's kind of because I can definitely see Kafara doing that. Yeah. Like 100% I can see that. Oh, you have an artifact? That's even more amazing. Holy shit. Is there more iron? Only one? I thought I heard someone shot me. Funniest thing about that, teleporting out of turn is not unique to her. As many angels can do it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But if they meet Kalfire, is there a way to like please Kalfire so that they don't need to fight Kalfire? Is there a way to do that? Like to please her so that we don't need to face her in the combat? Hey, 你阿媽幾張好嚇死了喂. Okay, sure. You want to play that? You want to play that game? 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 Sure. Alright. Okay. I see how it is. You're a baby dragon? Oh. I'm a kobold, fun-sized dragon. I'll take it. Looks like a zombie goat, that one. You want to play that game, asshead? Yeah, sure. I can fly, don't forget that. Courage just found a way to weaponize the momentum of teleportation. That's a dropkick! If you're a do-gooder, absolutely. If anything, she'll be helping your quest. Oh, yeah. Do you think I'm a do-gooder? Do you think this kobold is a do-gooder? Hey! Asshat. She's the optional bonus boss. She doesn't fight you without your consent. Oh, that's so good. Oh my god, the settings for Kalfire is amazing. Kobolds are lowercase dragons. I can never say that any better than that. There's so many things down there. This is bad. Hey! Why? 你阿媽幾張好毒爛了哦！我一下去就是把你們全部扒掉，我跟你講。Screw your edge, not roll like crap. We're playing Quake Arena. In D&D settings? Nicholas, you can fly. This cave's extensive. Yeah, it's a big cave. Looks like all the caves are really big in Minecraft 1.18, no? So zombie panda of all things, they were tame. I trusted them. And then they being an asshole just started to destroy me. That's the game you wanna play, huh? That's the game you wanna play, that's the game. Ha 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 ha. You won. I play with you. Huh? 那姐姐跟你打过来，来，赌烂了我跟你讲。一打麻将过去，给你咬破你能。你要玩呢？不是要打了没？哈，不是要打了没？你等。Wow, they're so good at shooting. It's okay, Zombie Panda is down. There's an auto playing called E-Scarred. If you die in E-Scarred battles, you are given a true rest for the following morning. Death is softcore in E-Scarred? Oh hell yeah. So it's like Ultra Kill. You die, you respawn and try again, try and error. Yamagi Zhangho. Hey. No, I'm not giving up. See, that's the thing with Dragon mod. It's a little sad that I cannot use range attacks like arrows, bow and arrows. Fair, because you know I cannot use it because I'm a dragon. So I'm not blaming them for using that, but still, it's kind of hard. Is there a kobold zombie? They're from above. I pressed something random again. It is also cool if you are stubborn enough, not creative enough to make up a whole new character. I feel like I'm gonna get too attached to a single character. Would that be bad? Like, I might feel a little bit too attached with my, let's say, kobold character, or even a dragonborn character. I think that's kind of bad because it looks like death is permadeath in the D&D settings. Fuck. No, I'm trying. It seems like they have a lot of health. Is it just me? Dude. I even pressed the wrong button. Every time I die, I just press something in OBS. Ayo. Having a second screen is kind of funny sometimes. Look, it got slapped to the next scene. Ah, shit. It's the kobold behavior, this one. I think they're almost dead. Don't you think? Hey! Ah yeah, there's too many things down there. It's like a metaphor for coffee drop kicks. I mean... coffee drop kicks though. Oh. What did I press? Dragon shot? What did I press? Need to do more quests. Art altars. Excuse me, how do I get here? I'm a forest dragon. Soft landing, useful squid. Kill glow squid. Forest dragons feel physical pain when visiting dark caves and their own plants begin to devour them alive. To increase their resistance, these dragons apply a special glowing ointment to their body. To get protection from the dark for a couple of minutes, all you have to do is take a glowing squid ink, berries and glowstone dust. Wow. How do I get here? Oh, is it from... Oh! PT... Judgment! It's good. It's a good fight. I love that fight. Although the flesh prison... Can't say the same. Flesh prison is pain. Heresy. Kobolds strive in the dark. Yeah, well, apparently not forest dragon. I mean, death isn't necessarily terminate in D&D. I mean, I have a story about a paladin who died, got reincarnated as a Pegasus, then lost 2 legs and ended up as a Peggy, the peg-legged Pegasus paladin. That's a lot of P in the word. Cool. Other races make it a caveat, but there's still a risk of permadeath. Permadeath sounds scary. I think I'm scared of it because I'm too attached to my character. Oh my god, it's all the graves down there. Soul loss, disincorporation, variant rules, soul logistics, and so on. I would be so sad. Hey, where you come from? Fucking cat. It's why throwing down with liches is often a scary prospect. They're fueled by souls. Ooh. Well, noted. Never tangle with a fucking liches. Liches? Licks? Licks. There it is. More zinc, iron, okay. It runs with a bitch for no reason. Yeah, I can see that. There's a risk, and there are spells that require a wish or divine intervention to come back from. Oh my god, that's a high risk indeed. Dig, 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 dig. Get the iron, get the iron. Nhà ma cái trang hội tàu à. Oh, thank you. No! Would you do that? Yeah, I'm flying back up. Whee! I couldn't see what can I do with this. It's a little tough. It's there, so it's these two. Gonna be tough. Five gravel. Let me go get my rocks. The anxious softcore. This is stoutly true in the lower levels of play. Such mission is solve the question. Triply true in NPCs you kill comeback. I would say Pathfinder 2 E Starfighter is a lot harsher on dying than D&D proper. I can believe 3.5E was vicious for perma-death times. The low levels of play is what often gets you in general. Feels like it. It's like lower levels, like they're struggling to get gears and stuff, I guess. Is wool here? Okay, wool. Don't want to put wool there. 5 food, I'll take it. Only 9 iron though. Oh, can't even do much with this. It's Gogeta. Hi.
Yep.
Hello, and the fellow Bobo. Gonna freaking try. What did it do? I can heal first, I think. Alright, time to sleep. No, sleep. There, okay. Does this heal? I don't know. It doesn't heal? In Minecraft, we nearly had a wipe in Starfinder against a CR4, but then CR actually means something in the Finder games. Still on your hi-fi rush kick? It's just so addictive. The music is too good, honestly. It's heckin' great. I'm just trying to find iron and I just keep dying because I don't know how to find iron. Gonna get good. I cannot get good when I keep getting destroyed by Forgotten. And also Ocelots. So torches. I can make a few more torches. Oh, sepak this I don't know how laggy this is. It's running like 15. Sweet sour rabbit? This looks fun. I'm gonna go and get my Minecraft loadout and get that mod pack. Had the 30 whole minutes of fighting with account migrations, password and codes and accounts and links and stuff because freaking Microsoft is such a freaking idiot. Hate them, I can't wait to see the company burn. Yeah, they're weird. Not gonna lie, they are very fucking weird. It's like the way they do stuff is just odd. Okay, I healed. Oh yeah, you know what? I should burn. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's burn the iron. They're doing it because they know people have no other choice than to put up with it. Because they own literally everything that is an apple. There was some good trademark screen time. Yeah. But you know what's even better? Snoot cam. Snoot cam. Oh my god, stinky. Snoot cam during an ad break. Snoot cam. Uh-oh, that's a neck cam. Oops. Get snooted on. Get snooted on. 2 routers. Two routers made the same room fair enough with one another. The ceremony wasn't much, but the reception was incredible. Okay. Okay. I will personally slap you. gonna go get my laptop and try to see if I can still get my stuff over there. Oh yeah, sure. Take your time, accent. Yeah, also good luck with Microsoft shit. They're weird. More than weird. As we've established. It's the reception. God damn it. It's bad, but it's good. You have to admit. Okay, I have 6. I can make 2 pickaxes. Is there an iron pick? Do they grow here? Maybe they don't, but I'm just gonna leave them there, it's fine. I should probably go get more seeds, give me a second. Oh, actually, do they not grow because the place is not tall enough vertically? I can fix that. Got a lot of people crossing lines with me today. There's some model for cobble you can use, right? There is? I'm just gonna use pumpkin for this. Hi, Docky. You know, maybe it's just not vertically high enough. Oh, actually I can try something. See if this actually works. So, Forest Dragon has like a bone meal ability? And if I just do... Oh! Not enough mana experience. I mean, I guess it works. I'm doing pretty good. Why am I getting spanked? Why using Halloween mask? Because it's Halloween. So they can grow, they just take some time. Alright, at least I have a bunch of seeds now. Like a lot of seeds. But you know what's funny? Me being a bone meal dragon, just I cannot eat this. Oh, can I eat bread? It didn't say Forest Dragon food. I don't think I can eat it. It might cause hunger. No, I literally cannot eat it. At all. I cannot eat anything. Hi, Lex. Maybe I can make a livestock farm. Like I could just lure everything into like one square fence. So everything is there and I can like, if I'm hungry, just kill them so they can eat raw food. I mean, that sounds good, right? Oh god, I'm gonna find livestock and where am I supposed to find them here? Oh my god, this is bad. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Wait, that's a dragon. And dragons have 2 legs and little claws on the wing. Oh! I actually didn't know that. I just thought that everything is a dragon. I guess I need to find... Wait, before I find them, I'm pretty sure I need to make like a fence. A fence carpet. I have 2 wool. Is 2 wool enough to make a carpet? Or do I need 3? Or is there anything that can replace the carpet so that I can jump over the fence? Wood. Gonna make another axe. Got to go by. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Karis Kiria. Have a great day. I could make some of these. Actually, just all of them, yeah. Oh, what? Oh, vertical oak planks, that's new. Okay, let's go get some trees. Alright, let's fix the hunger problem first before I go do anything, alright? So, we're gonna go cut trees. Get a single wheat. Make... Oh, oops. Okay, that's fine. Okay, go cut trees. Make a fence. Lure some livestock in. Breed them. And food galore, I guess. And that bee is having a lot of fun. I'm not gonna bother it. Drakes are just 4 legs and no wings. Oh! There are many different kinds of dragons on there? Holy shit. Okay, so I have been here. Burrow? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut a bunch of trees. Huh? Don't they all just fall down? This one? It's getting dark. Okay, let's get back first. It's gonna take some time, but I can't even see any livestock here. It's a bit of a problem. There we go. Another Shivana. Survivor because the Dragonfall has wing arms. Yeah. Wing arms is what wyvern. That much I know, but the rest, not that much. Alright, time to sleep on my treasure. Was having some food. I'm back though. Yeah, don't be sorry about that. Getting food is important. Is it morning? It didn't say good morning. Uh-oh. Yeah, bug the game somehow. I guess that worked. Shing is something. Did someone say wyvern? Yeah. Doki mentioned Shivana is a wyvern. I know this, yeah. The last time I saw Shivana is like a big winged arms. You know what is good food? Shred his tail. Just gonna get tail, huh? Yeah, leaf pile. No, with that attitude. I could... Yeah, I'm just gonna plant more trees because why not? Oh, that's mighty close to... yeah, let's not mess with that. I'm not gonna mess with that. Okay, so I'm gonna need a lot of wood. It'll be great if there's like a dark spruce somewhere, because those are like really big trees I can get a lot of. A lot of wood. With only 4 saplings. Who am I bullying? No, I'm not bullying anyone. My bad, drakes have no wings and when dragons do. Oh, okay, okay. I like wyvern type dragons. Big wings. Heck yeah. I like big wings too. Oh. I can mix and match some like birch wood things and also oak wood things. Right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's gonna work. And it's gonna work well. Yeah, leaf pile. I'm stuck in the leaf pile. Two wings plus 2 legs equals wyvern. 2 wings plus 4 legs equals dragons. 0 wings plus 4 legs equals drake. 0 wings plus 0 legs equals worm? Yeah, dragon in nothing range, so you get numbed. You know what you need to do next to a leaf pile? Yeah, sounds about right. Yippee! Right into that leaf pile. That sounds fun. Hell yeah. I got me tempted, genuinely tempted to try this mod out. I'm curious to know how to optimize and max out your kit. Honestly, yeah. Although I don't know how to do that much, since again I'm not even that good at vanilla Minecraft, but I just like this dragons here. But yeah, I'm glad. You should try this mod out. It's fun. As heck. This mod good. Very good. If I remember correctly, eating a whack ton of food is getting bigger is the play, right? Looks like it. So there's this age meter here. Will gradually grow. I'm now 3 years old as a dragon. I haven't really eaten any actual food? Can I say that? Because all the food I'm eating is just rotten meat. I haven't found any livestock to kill. There's like zero sheep, 0 cow, pigs, chicken. 0. Crazy. But I think all dragons. There's like 3 different dragons to choose from, and each dragon has different diet. So forest dragon usually eats something that's raw. If I remember correctly, cave dragon eats coal, and sea dragon eats seafood. I think that's it. I think. Tikaka, hi Tikaka. In fish. That's what sea dragons do. They eat fish. Oh, it's Tikaka. Did you guys know Tikaka? Tikaka has a little Cowboy comics going on. I'm personally enjoying it a lot. Yeah. And Tikaka is a really, really nice kobo. Leaf pile. How many wood do I have? I should probably plant more of these. Also, this is one of my favorite music. Bus song. It's a music that I die to the most as well, because I don't do platforming well. Thank you, cutest kobo. Tikaka is also the cutest kobo. But of course. I support another kobo. Oh. I kinda wish I know how to make a server of this with this mod pack on, so that I can actually play with my viewers. That would be great. Or just play with anyone else, honestly. With my friends. That would be great. Pack tactics. Birch! Nom sticks! Probably very delicious too. My nephew's making noises. Oh god. So a Roman walks into a bar, he holds up 2 fingers and says, 5 beers please. If a Roman walks into a bar, he holds up 2 fingers, like a piece? And 5 beers please? But it's 2, why 5? Two. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, okay. Alright. I will cry about it. I will cry to it because it's my self-defense mechanism. How did you even find all of those? Oh, how did you even come out with all of those? Holy shit. Ay, 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 ay. I like planting trees. Oh, I shouldn't be planting all the trees here. I haven't got my own... I haven't got my own treehouse yet. It's said that most recent version of playable combos in D&D got rid of pack tactics. What? That doesn't make sense. Bareback getting my breakfast pizza. Oh, nice. Have good pizza. What do I do with my 100k channel? You have 100k channel points? I don't know. I didn't think of that. I was thinking like 250k points or like maybe like 100k points. You guys can redeem for a free headshot, a free head sculpture. That was my plan back then, but I was so afraid. I could do that, honestly. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Soon. Very soon. Very soon. The new common have good and bad, but getting rid of pack tactics is bad. Also, I don't get this. Why don't they have Draconic for a language from the bad? Yeah, wait, Kobo doesn't speak Draconic language? Maybe they think Kobo just yips their way to victory. Oh, it's another big apple. I'm in a 5-hour-long poop. What do you call a deer caught in a windstorm? A tornado. I will cry. Okay, 45 minutes later, I have Minecraft downloaded. how do I get your mod pack? Am I emotionally ready for this journey? Or should I just go with the farming simulator or house flipper? You need to download CurseForge, this thing? CurseForge. You need to get CurseForge. Right, so you download CurseForge, you open it up, they have... Open it up, it'll be like nothing. It'll be clean. It would probably be something like this. It would detect like what game you have, and just like you can select the game and then mod them. And I think in CurseForge you can just like browse for mod packs and download it. I think if we type... But, oh there, yeah, this one. So I think it should be easier. I mean, that was 8 years ago. I think it's a lot easier. I don't know how bad it is 8 years ago, but to me, it's very easy to use now. Yeah, just download it and it'll be here and just play it. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yippee to victory. Yippee! See, Tylra gets it. Don't get common. Kobo absolutely yipped their way to victory. I know, right? Do this new Kobo still have sunlight sensitivity? They do not. Okay. We can stand under the sunlight now. They want to get rid of the racial languages. Huh? I made a sweater for a small pepper. It was a little cheap. Guys, please. All the points. All the points. That's how installing mod packs is now. Ooh. Local dialects are so fun to play with though. I imagine combos basically being a form of Pigeon Draconic that bards try to pick up in local taverns. I never heard of Draconic word before. I'm sorry for comparing this with Skyrim, but is this something like Fusroda? Or am I being dumb here? Woo. So when the bards try to speak Draconic that they learn in kobolds, the actual dragons start laughing and snorting at them. Draconic is only my favorite language ever. Ooh, you're wonderful. Evie, you're wonderful too. Thank you. You're wonderful. You guys make me very happy. I think it's time to go sleep. Leaf pile. Alright, I think it's time to save up some saplings to make my actual treehouse. If you guys don't know, I like to make treehouse that's filled with trees. Because trees, treehouse, amazing. And ironically, people in West Malaysia think that East Malaysia still lives on trees, so yeah. Yes, I saw that in PF. They didn't have Yip Yip in 3E or 5E. Should have been a thing. Learn Yip Yip, thinking you'll learn Draconic. So like a kobold. Oh my god. Dude, I would like that, to be honest. Beep beep boop boop bye. Trees are a very renewable resource. Honestly, yeah. Treehouse great, yeah. They are great. It's just kind of funny how West Malaysia just thinks that East Malaysian is still living on trees. It's kind of funny. I don't find it offensive. Just haha. Okay, you got me. Hee. You know, like a little bit of that kind of smile, that kind of laugh. Like oh, leaf pile. Hey, what bang? Why is that so loud? I think it's mentioned in one of the old Forgotten Realms source books, like second ed or 2.5 ed D&D. Oh, sorry for asking it again. What's the name of the pack? Maybe type it in chat or something, because I can see it on 160p. I think if you type Dragon Survival, it should show as a play as Dragon mod pack. Hopefully that helps. I heard about Kobold deciding to make a treehouse. They said, I saw what was going on in the housing market and decided to branch out. Like, God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, okay. Something gonna make room to learn 4 too. And mainly remember 2E for Doom Grinder. Doom Grinder. Love the sound of that. Can you guys hear my keyboard noises? And I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys can hear my mouse noises, but the keyboard? Can you guys hear my, like, 16 years old keyboard? I'm not even joking, this keyboard is like 16 years old. We can hear really that bad? I mean, yay, I guess? Second ed was a lot, especially skills and powers. I think we can all agree that D&D 1 sucks. Keyboard doing its best. Okay, good. Look at that, my base of operation is so bright. How many saplings do I have? 15 and 4? I want to make a big tree house this time. I'm being an ambitious kobold. Time to sleep. Let me get some sleep. Oh. Hello? What? I'm trying to sleep. Thank you. I need to get one of those keycap lifters and clean my keyboard. Ooh, what is keycap lifter where you can grow long nails? That's kind of scary. I mean, I don't know. Me having long, because my nails are like soft, so they bend very easily, and they hurt when I bend them. I think that's plenty enough wood, right? Looks to me like that's very enough wood. Time to fix the problem. That is food stock. Everything's almost broken. For example, the generally accepted rule for poison is that it just kills you instantly, since the rules don't explicitly say what happens. What? Poison just kills you instantly? Yeah, that sucks. Then when ham on the lore. Red Book D&D was crazy hard. I mean, elf and dwarf were classes. Unfortunately, my nails don't have good geometry for lifting caps from my keyboard. Oh, my nails were soft. It bends very easily. Hence very dangerous. Poison is super lenient in the 5th edition. In 3.5, it was brutal. It damaged your ability scores directly. Ooh. In Baldur's Gate, it doesn't deal damage. Well, it deals damage to you. In Baldur's Gate, it deals damage to you, you have disadvantage on attack. It's a big hug. That's why dragons need kobolds to help with that. Kobolds. Now where would I put my livestock? My livestock. I'm gonna make like a plane somewhere. Gonna be doing a lot of digging, it seems. Hi, Coffee. Fearsome kobold. Am I fearsome? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I was fearsome for a little bit if I keep dying in, like, the caves. Then we have 2 kobolds. Ooh. For instance, you could put a 2d6 plus 2 strength damage or dexterity damage, which causes a penalty that requires clerical assistance or several days of rest. If either of those drop to 0, indefinite paralysis. Hey me, do you want to lift my keycaps? No. I don't wanna. I might have made 8 kobolds in D&D. Yeah, the best thing in D&D, kobolds. I don't blame you. It's amazing. You're just gonna have more kobolds. If I join in Minecraft, man, I wish I know how to make a server so that I can play with like friends or viewers. With this mod, I can see so many dragons flying around. That would be great. But yeah, maybe you can get me banned again. Shit is still so funny to me. Force us to disconnect and then ban us. Good game design. Oh, these things just system time. Hey yo. Last time I had like 14 kobolds. No, 16? Ooh, never enough. I run my mid-level tables before where Venom really hit my players hard. Place where thus goated. Right now in my PF2 play, I play a gold cold summoner whose summon is a dragon that they ride on. Wow, that's the best kobold. Actually, do you guys have any idea how to make a like how to buy? Even buying a server, how and which one, you know? I heard something about D&D. Oh yeah, we've been discussing about D&D for a bit. Well, discuss where I don't know anything about D&D. But it's fun listening to all those explanations and shit. I like it. Especially when Kobold mentioned. No bias. No bias, no bias. There are kobold royal that are venturing to prove themselves. Am I missing something? Right now in my PF2. Oh, kobold royal that are venturing to prove themselves with a dragon companion or like a dragon summon companion. That is cool as heck. Not gonna lie, I like that. The kobold though is not the best race in D&D. take that back. Take that back. Take that back. I will protect ye. I've been protected by coffee. If you're crippled, come hide with me. You're supposed to protect while we hiding. Because there's no best race in D&D. I like to defer. I beg to defer. What, kobolds. No bias, kobolds. Hiding from Fack. No, we should hide from Gabe Newell coffee. It's dangerous. They might see us desync from the server time, and we might just get another Fack ban again for 30 minutes. My other kobold in PF2 is an inventor who is gonna make so much insane things. Kobold inventor sounds about right. Anyway, let me just make a shitload of oak planks. That should be enough. And by that I mean this should be plenty enough. Time to make the fans. So how big are we gonna make it? Small as fuck. I want to make them suffer. Okay, how do I make fence again? Oh? Fence? No. Fence? No. Fence? I mean, Kobo is very right, free advantage all the time. Oh! Kobolds are best for dragons, ayo. Nah, Kobolds is best in general. Yeah, they taste great with rabbit. Excuse me, coffee? You have a search bar. Do I have a search bar? You need sticks in the middle if I remember correctly. I do have a search bar, you are right, coffee. I'm so sorry. Fans. Oak fans. Oh, 2 sticks in them. What? Why? Okay, 2 sticks. So if I do this, try me, you die. Yeah, we're gonna bite you. I can't. I just had to say the top with your name if I may. With coffee? Uh-oh. Yeah, let me see. How many fans? Actually, let's not make that much. Just this and this and this. This should be plenty enough, right? 6432. And also fence gate. It's the opposite. Okay. So 2. I'll make 2 so that I can have 2 in entrances. There. Alright, time to make the dream a reality. Yes. Okay. So how big are we making it? Yes. Yeah, that works. Feels like they are here, so I'm gonna put this one here. Kofira. Is it called Kofira likes tea? Question mark. I'm about to witness the legendary dragon on dragon domination. What? I'm gonna suffer if I put it like this. Let's see. Boop. There, okay. Boop. Since I gotta jump over, but you know I can fly, right? So yeah, okay, this works. I don't even need like, I don't even need heckin'. Wait, what? What? Plus emerald? You suck! The dragon is trying to tip the scales in your favor. Confused? It's all good. I don't have a brain cell. Yeah. Hi, what is that? Oh, you have love. What does that mean? What is that? Hey, hello, brother. Apa ini? Bang, did you just give me experience? You're the best snake ever. You want some light? There, have fun. There, you're welcome. Okay, have good luck, Tikaka. Enjoy pizza. Is that iron? I need it. Help. Hey! Oh my god, there's iron here this whole time. Okay, Ixon, have good luck. Are you livestock? Can you like breathe? Where's the... Huh? Who's pulling you? Just run. There's no one here. There's no one there. What do you mean? One in the middle? Uh-oh. Is that livestock? Oh wait, no, that's a skeleton. I don't want to mess with skeleton. I still have armor. Although I have full health. If I have full health, I might be able to steal the skeleton. You know what? Yeah, I got this. Change skill. Cast. Alright, dragon now has a zoomies. Why am I invisible? Hacha. Hey! Hey! Walao eh. Why you do killing me like that? So I was invisible. That wasn't a joke. It's okay. I you know, a lot of jokes just flew by my head as well. I get that. It's an invisible wandering trader. Oh. Nice. I can become invisible somehow. Right, my items are back. Need to get a model for myself for VRC and the other VRC type game that just came out. This is a new VRC type game. Ooh. Wait, just right now you're holding a torch with your nose? Yeah, something like that. Man, the thing is putting the llama say invisible fun trader. Ah. They drink invisible potions for strength. Well, I'm not trying to kill it. Oh, I'm not trying to kill the trader. Was something else trying to kill them? Probably. Just gonna add a bunch of torches here. What's that? Oh, you're a ferret. Oh my god, it's a ferret. Ren is sleeping. They're sleeping so soundly, they don't even know that I'm pushing them around. Can I wake them up? Wake up! Wake up! Yes, not. Okay. Other mobs were especially zombies. Ah, that makes sense. Come on, livestock. Fuck's sake. Where's the what is that? Oh, you're a snail. Okay. Where there's water, there's livestock, right? But they don't live on sand. Kind of side. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit. Okay, I'm back. If someone would just jump on you while you're sleeping, would you like that? No. But no one is doing it to me, so it's okay. This came out on Steam. Ooh. I think I can use my own models on VR chat, I think. Honestly, I think I'm pretty sure I can just use my own VR chat model on like games. Just make all torch. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, more torches. What's it called? I don't know. I giz. Chat get giz. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we get giz. Giz. Is giz good? Throwing smoke? Throwing grenade? Molotov? Sorry. Look, I'm still in Counter-Strike. I still love Counter-Strike, okay? And I will play it like very soon. I'm gonna play more, it's too good. I don't know why. I love Counter-Strike. How is there no livestock around here? That's insane. Don't rush. Hold here. Throwing smoke, throwing fire, throwing grenade. Somehow I like how they speak. It's kind of cool. Water, livestock, water, livestock, water. Maybe. Water, livestock, water, livestock, food, please. Where am I going? That's not where water is supposed to be. There's not even zombies spawning. What is this? Isn't it nighttime? Usually when I do stuff like this, they will just like... They will still spawn. They will still... 哎，干那塞，我真是没有话讲。哎，怎么没有东西吃啊？ I want to eat something. Where's the livestock gone? This is sad. I want to eat something. Smoke. Growing smoke. I want food. Help. I need meat. Someone give meat. I require meat. Oh hey, look, it's already morning. Wow, I spent a whole day wandering around and got hey. Yeah, Skitty don't die. My. More stuff. It's kinda sad how I cannot eat fish. That's the thing. Okay, fine, gives the kobold his tail. I'll take that as a tribute. Resonite is the name. Ooh. I'm just curious about the name, even though I highly doubt they're gonna try out some VR chat stuff because they overwhelm me so much. But it's good to know that there's like a new one going on. I think the latest news I know about VR chat is the thing, what do you call it? The EAC thing, which everyone hates. Is that still a thing? Or did they like fix the quality of life for VR chat? I mean, I hope they did, because banning mods pretty much just means that all the quality of life things for like disability people with disability not being able to enjoy the game. English. God damn it! I gotta eat fish. I will kill your llama if I have to. But you're lucky because my food bar is still okay, Talisha. Oh. Oh, they don't appear in the morning? So, oh, that's what burrow is. Oh. Lily of the Valley, okay. More like Dragon Warrior of the Valley. I'm Poe, and I'm a dragon warrior. My favorite part.
Hello, and welcome.
Thorn Stutchy, hey. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Cute. Wow. You know, I'll take it. Thank you. I think I saw someone on Twitch draw something with the Resonite logo. Oh! So it's already like very well known already? Well, not very well known, but it's like known to people. Because it's coming out soon, right? It's not out yet. What is that? Is that something that will kill me? Let me just throw this one away first. Oh yeah, also I might have to end the stream soon because my dad says that they want us sorry. My dad wants us to like go eat dinner with him. So yeah. Food is good. Food is good. And family dinner is also good, so yeah. Then go do so. Yeah, I will, but not now. Good is food, yeah. Food is good until it's the yo. Don't eat me. I'm not edible. Goop is food. Food is good. Are you guys livestock? Thanks for the pet. Are you guys livestock? Can I eat you? Do you guys like wit? Do you guys like wit? Hey, do you guys like wit? Wit? Do you want wit? No wit? Did they just attack each other? Do you want wit? Let me observe. Bison. Let me observe. Don't move. Observe. I'm observing. Looking. Looking very respectfully. Bisons. Okay. Can you tell me anything about bison? Book. Bison. Evil dragon. Knight. Biologist. Bison. Here. How did it survive? Favorite food? Wait, I gave them wit. They don't care about me. They eat grass, and when they graze, they give skin, fat, and bones when killed. The fat can be used to make human food or create blocks of fat. Almost like a trampoline on. Cushion the fall a bit. Oh, moisturized? Okay. I'm concerned how often people want to eat our amazing host. They cannot. They don't know how strong I am, haha. This kobo has a fight in her. Heck yeah. Let's see. Species survive solely because it's been preserved in captivity. I don't care about that. Is there a way to tame them? American bison and European bison can freely interbreed and produce prolific offspring. So I cannot really like tame them or something? I'm pretty sure they will attack me when I attack them, right? Just... I should make a trail. Yeah, I should make a trail. I believe it's here. I should cut down the trees. Oh my god. If a place is naked, that's how I know where I was. So let's cut down all the trees. Well, not all, but most of them. Cutting down all the trees would be fool's errand because it's way too much in here. Maybe it's like that, seeing something so cute when the squeeze it instinct. Honestly, I can live with that. That sounds cool. Why did you fall? I want the leaf pile. Oh, that one? Oh, something fell. Leaf pile, yeah. Destroy leaf pile. No, I want to say all the fight music is like my favorite music, but that would be a little bit unfair. Because I can have multiple favorite music. You know, actually, I can. I can have multiple favorite music, and I think it's fine. They're all so good. A Hi-Fi Rush, I mean. I know it destroys my PC, but I like it. Not the destroy my PC part, but the leaf falling part. Oh, we have a sneak. We have Breen. That's Breen. Hi, Breen. Does Breen hurt me? I don't know. Oh. Oh. So if I look at them, they love me? And don't hurt them? I guess? Can I bucket snake? The bar belongs to some kind of snake. Oh, I got experience points. Okay. Snakes. Snakes are nice. See, I even have a snake character. I believe most of you haven't seen my snake character before. Because I didn't show it as much. Minecraft is Twitch rewards? Apparently. It's like the new Minecraft Live thing. As far as I know. At first I thought it was sus, but apparently it is a real thing. Leaf pipe. Snakes are cute too, yeah. Sus, right? But it's like from an article. It's like a frog costume for Minecraft Live. So if I open a Minecraft launcher, it should show weird frog costume that's being sent to people right now. Yeah, something like that. For the new Minecraft Live, if I remember correctly. It's like it showed in the Minecraft launcher. Minecraft Live. Yeah, this game right here. Yeah. Even though I don't know what that is. I want to listen to that one again. It's called Historical something. I don't know where the music is. It's 218. 218. This one, Through the Halls of History. Yes, it's for this game, but I don't know. It didn't say anything about Twitch drops, to be honest. Like, I don't even enable drops, and somehow people are getting it. Which is why I'm sus in the first place. Leaf pile. Still sus? Yeah, me too. I don't just trust like a random Twitch drop happen without like an official announcement. So yeah, best not to fiddle with that for now until we got like an official response. For the drops earlier today, can disappoint in the outfit being bedrock only. Sneak. That and the TikTok version is much better looking. Oh, so it's real? Question mark? What's like somehow outside is way more safe during nighttime. Yeah, us Twitch folk gets the gross green frog, but no, fancy TikTok gets a beautiful cherry blossom outfit. Wow! Cherry blossom? That actually sounds amazing. Fancy and TikTok does not go in the same sentence. You know what? I wholeheartedly agree to that sentence. Yeah. Fancy and TikTok just doesn't go together well. Or if at all. Guys, there's no livestock here. How am I supposed to survive? That's a really fast snake. That's a snake, right? So small. It's like a little noodle. It's a little danger noodle. Okay, that was a interesting haul, I guess. I'll put dirt in the block. Dirt in the other chest. This one, two. So, let's see. Sticks. I have low sticks and planks, so I'm just gonna keep this here. I can put back the wood, I'm pretty sure. Does Twitch count as social media? Ooh, I think they do, don't they? They are kind of a social media, no? Oh, can I get that? Oh. Not like in Minecraft, they're a mixture of two real trees. The evergreen cacao tree and the huge Brazil nut tree. The cocoa is usually not taller than 12 meters. The Brazil nut tree, on the other hand, is much closer to what we see in the game. And the fruits of the Brazil nut tree are very similar to the cocoa in-game appearance. Who knows, maybe once they just got mixed up? To say this point in more detail, we will need a lot of wood samples. I need jungle log? Jungle log? Fast running. Oak leaves, spruce planks, birch planks. So I need all of these to get, like, these? Speed blues block. Too many things. Give me a few seconds real quick. Yeah. Okay. And back nut tree. Nut tree. I want backstage hustle. I guess the next time we pray, we can try to make our tree house, right? We're at age 3. I mean, even right now, I can try to make a tree house. Let's see. I have 55 oak saplings. I'm pretty sure that's more than enough. Alright, let's go do that real quick. Wait, why is that iron ingot? Where's that iron ingot? Yeah, I don't have the breath, but I can just plant them first, like the layout. I don't want to be that close to the livestock because they'll be noisy as fuck. Maybe I should go the other way then. Also, am I strange? Hard to say. Everyone's strange in their own way. Because I'm thinking that I'm the only Dirk with a lot of shinies. Hey, look. Hey, Stinky Dirk. There are many different kinds of dragons out there. That just like there are different kinds of dragons in all shapes and sizes and beliefs and just different in general. There are dragons with like shinies. They're not strange. They're still dragons all the more. Yeah, see, don't listen to stereotypes. Yeah, Ru. I'm gonna clean up here, it's so hard though. And also this place. Kobo is planting the boom. I'm planting the boom. Don't look at me if you want to see ideal dragon. Yeah, sure. Okay. Hey, ideal dragon that looks like a Kobo. Oh, I don't want to make it too far though. I have a lot of dirt, right? 1v1. No, you cannot do that. We're gonna get back banned again. I don't want to get back banned. Wait, I have an idea. Ooh, wait. Oh my god, this is gonna be so good. Guys, you guys have no idea why I came out in mind. I'm so fucking excited. Okay, let's do it. Time 6. Okay, let me try to do this real quick and that'll be it. Let's go. Fight. Why are we fighting? A dragon versus a kobold? Isn't that a little bit unfair? Nah, the kobold always wins because dragon cannot hurt kobolds. See? That would be unfair, no? I could start with wood planks. But why wood planks when I have a shitload of cobblestone? Here, take this. Let's see. Here. See, I remember when I had the idea of airborne farm. I want to do that still. This is like the highest place I can go. Or maybe from a tree. I cannot fly for much, so only one go to make sure I have enough items. But then again, I can make that artificial. No, I don't want to make artificial stuff. I want to be el natural, so fly. Go. Hey, okay. So from here we can add dirt. Oh shit, we can add dirt here. Can we add wood? Oh, okay. Okay, I might need to be. That hurts. 1v1 me in Beton Brutal, 1v1 in Brawlhalla. You play Osu? Oh my god, that's amazing. I used to play Brawlhalla, but no, Brawlhalla I'll get destroyed. Osu? Probably? I can do Osu. It's been years, but I love that game. Heck yeah, we're gonna 1v1 Osu. Koba has pack tactics, summon the pack. Help me! I need help, Dragon Bully. Okay, let's see. So here, that looks about right. Okay, we plan dirt here. I'm to make a big tree house fitting for a dragon. So if 7 times 7, nah, I want more. I want a big tree. 10. Uh-oh. How do I even do that? What? I'm a 1v1 is Celeste 100% raised. I will definitely lose, Brecky. I cannot. I saw you play Celeste. I will lose 200%. Your skills in Celeste is like really good stuff, though, I have to say. I will win against a dragon. We would win against a dragon, Gogeta. They cannot hurt us because we are kobolds. Actually, I think one more. Ah, crap. Oh. Oh, okay. Look at this little baby kobold placing dirt instead of proving their claims. Hey, I'm proving my claims. Kobold use hard eyes, dragons incapacitated. Heck yeah. See, dragons cannot handle that, can you? I don't think Coffee can handle kobold hard eyes. Kobold wins. Yeah, look at that. Show. Ah. Oh. This way be me. Let it fall. Eyes. You spin, spin, oh, you spin. Fly, fly, fly. You have to drop what you're doing right now, but why? I'm making a big house. Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't even need to use all dirt, honestly. I can use like shinies as the floor because I don't need to plant all trees. I just need to plant the border. Hi, Perry. How goes it? Going pretty well. Don't worry, this is gonna hurt a little bit, but this is temporary. This is temporary. Ooh, that hurts my soul. Oh, shit. This hurts. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. I could modify it afterwards. This is gonna be the best house. How did you get my question? Cause Twitch being Twitch. Oh yeah, you're questioning about wanting Coffee to make a model. Coffee to make a model, right? Maybe Coffee was not present when you asked that. Probably. I'm gonna leave this one here first. Look at the airborne house. We'd love to see it. Although I kind of want to see how my farm is doing, to be honest. I'm pretty sure the farm will grow inside. Unless the mod changed it. Also, I hope you're doing good, Perry. Oh, wow, they actually grew. Heck yeah, like that. This is a beautiful farm. Actually, something's missing. Ah, crap. I don't have coal. Ah, crap. Ah, even more crap. Ah, fine. Only 2 just like grown up. I want to listen. Let me go to my own playlist. I just want to listen to like boss music for now. How do I go back? Oh yeah, here. Yeah. It grows if you're near enough and there's enough light. I've been good finishing my Inktober for the day. I made the creepiest fluff ever, I think. Creepiest fluff? Ooh. I am intrigued. Yeah, speaking of, it's like spooky month, so I get that. That's so hecky. When I get it posted, I can drop a link if you want to see it. Yes! I would like to see it. But I think that'll be it for the stream, I guess. That looks kind of cursed. just a bit of a cobblestone up there. It's like, yeah. It's something. What? They're already growing. Wait, they're already growing. They're already growing. What? Wow. Okay, that's way faster than. Yo! Oh my god! My tree house is forming. I cannot fly anymore. I'm hungry. And now I need to find food. Throw holy water? Why? Oh, it's cursed. Now we don't need that. Also, let me just sleep on my fort real quick. My copper treasure hoard. I will definitely migrate all of my shinies to the treehouse above. Once I get like enough livestock, I even have like the fence set up. Right, so today we did a bit of things, I guess. Didn't found even nearly enough iron, didn't do anything, keep dying. But I think in general still made good progress. Haven't found livestock. I guess the next time we play it we can find more livestock. What is that? What are you? Are you a sloth? Hi. Oh, you're a bear. Are you a bear? Can you stop moving? Yeah, you are a bear. So, bears. Here. Untamed mounts are aggressive towards anyone who appear nearby and attack very fast. Leather, bear meat, and bones. Some let stand up on their hind legs, then will attack their relatives. There are 8 different types of them. Cubs can be tamed. After they become adults, they can follow you. They are perfect defenders for your home. How do I tame them? Black bear, blind cave bear, brown bear, cave bear, giant panda, polar bear, sun bear? There's so many different kinds of bear! Oh my god. Book and quill. What does that even do? You were talking redeems before, what were they? I was thinking about making like a redeem where people can like maybe like a 150k points to get like a redeem of headshot, head sculpture, I guess, of a character of your choice. I was thinking about that, but it's kind of scary. But I'm thinking about it. Definitely taking into consideration, like if I want to do it or not. But I think I'm gonna stop here for now. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here for now. I'm pretty sure you guys saw my cobalt model, right? Possibly something like that. Time to save points then. Spoopiest? Oh, let me see that real quick. Also, let me close Minecraft real quick because my PC is absolutely burning. Yay. A Fluffington. Fluffington? Oh, sorry, I didn't ask for your consent to show on stream. I'm sorry. Can I show it on stream? I know it's a little bit too late, but... No worries. Oh, thank God. Okay, thank you. It's spooky. It's a hen. I think I can even, like... Oh, I can open on the next... cute background. Yeah, I kinda like it. Lightning, very spoopy. Oh, you draw it on the sketchbook. Oh my god, spicy. Fortune is the best. Bounce. Oh, look at that, cute, fluffy. Toad, Toad. Why are we looking at Toad? Drip. Golden. Ooh, that's a nice background. Very impactful. Map. My favorite place to draw in public is in cafes. Ah. Yeah, cafe has good mood, not gonna lie. It will probably be weird. Well, to bring out the creativity, I guess. Talking about wallpaper. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Can you guess which one is me? One of them is me. Fail. On the left, yeah. Oh, oops. Here, let me change this one. There. Adorable, I'll take it. Although, sadly, the antlers got broken, which left me very depressed. Fucking nephew snapped it right in front of my face. Do you guys want to see the tragedy picture? I have it. Oh my god, it hurts my soul. God fucking damn it, man. Bad nephew. I don't know. I don't know how he managed to get into my room when I was working. And I don't know how he managed to be alone in the house in the afternoon. And he went into my room, and when I get home, he snapped this right in front of my face. Why? I don't know. It fucking hurts me. You can't leave kids without supervision anymore. I know, right? You could fix that with mini putty. Ooh, what is that? Fix? Oh my god, yes. If there's a fix, please tell me. Because I don't know anything about fixing these kind of things. Just stick a skewer inside and patch with mini putty. Maybe I need to search out what mini putty is. Or putty. Oh, it's music. Let's go. Mili putty. Yeet child. As much as I want to punch him, I cannot. Violence. Yeah. Oh, this? Epoxy clay. Oh, epoxy clay. Air dry clay, right? Something like that. Oh my god, I never thought about that. That is brilliant. Oh, I'm not depressed anymore. It's super sturdy. Ooh. Also, I think I still have the game on. Os. Yeah, I still have Os. It's a fun game. Oh my god, thank you, Tikaka. That's gonna help so much. I will look into how to use this one. If the enters break after patching like that, it won't be on the spot of the millipede. Oh, thank you. Thank God. Os laser. Also is fun. Yeah, also is fun. Not this song again. What? Do you not like this song, huh? Strings in flux. Hyperreactive. Snap. Psychoactive. Won't be your captive. I will make comments, thank you. Crafters unite. Nice. Nephew is still a massive dick. Well, that has already been established for years on end. Like, multiple years. I already said that he likes to fucking break things. But I will mute the stream. Hey, why are you muting the stream? You cannot hear the kobold anymore. No, I gotta yip until you respond. Get yipped on, coffee, get yipped on. There should be some that dries white, so you only have to shade with like pastel dust and make it blend the existing antler. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes, coffee. Here it comes. You're gonna get yipped on. Actually, let me check the time real quick. Who to raid?
Yep.
Yep.
You.
Yep.
You.
Get yipped on. Get yipped on, coffee.
Yep.
Ooh, shiny. Ooh, shiny.
Yeah. I guess.
You.
I can't hit. Okay, fine. No, you're still getting yipped. Anyway, let me try to find a raid target. Wow, not a lot of people are streaming today. Or currently. Niche? Oh, there's niche. Okay, good. We're raiding to a dragon. Raiding to a dragon. Yay. Discord after stream. Like, are you like sending me stuff, or I cannot voice chat because I gotta go family dinner first. We also I can also after I come back from family dinner then. Coffee going hard on PvP. Hey, all good. No. You cannot just no. I'm gonna show cool Dirk maps. So Osu it is. Okay, let me just plug things real quick. Hey, did you guys know about my coffee? My coffee? Bernie, tell them about it, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Heck yeah. Did I say before about the model for a kobold? Did I say? Oh, hi Nita. Oh my god. Hello Nita. Konnichiwa. Although I'm ending though. Gonna go get family dinner soon. Oh yeah, there's my socials and Discord if you want to join. Yeah. And compatible. I think I sent you my rep before. Oh, I remember that. Ooh, cool. I can't wait to see more kobolds. More kobolds is always great. Oh, he's playing Celesta Crown the Magister. Okay, we're gonna rate Niche, or I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Streamlabs. Many things to the horn. Okay, me. Yeah, there you go. Let me tell me the rate real quick. Niche. He said that right. Okay, good, thank you. Because I think I heard people say something like Naiji? What's your name on Discord? Who? Me? If it's me, I can message you. I think your Discord is... I think it's this one. I have you already. I think. But if I'm DT, then I'm gonna say I am Tylra. Because I cannot change my Discord name and profile picture as like my kobold, because well, my family uses Discord and they kind of see what I do, and they don't like me being trans. They don't know anything about me being trans. I might get shot. Just saying. So yeah, I prefer to keep it a secret. It's only on my Twitch and Twitter. They don't use. So yeah, I'll definitely stay safe. My family definitely do not like the LGBTQ stuff. On me specifically. Yeah, I have to be stealthy. I'm okay though. I'll be fine. It's only Lyra who called him that. Oh, okay. I will say a name here. Here, Twitch is totally fine. Twitch is like my safe space. They don't know about my Twitch anymore. So yeah, all good. Twitch is fine, Twitter is fine, Blue Sky is fine, because they don't use those. Facebook and Discord, definitely. I don't even use Facebook as much anymore, or even at all. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna rate Niche. Let's see. I'm not missing anything. Yeah, okay, good. Sure. I gonna. Sorry, my brain stops working now. Okay, anyway. Before the raid. Yeah. Oh my god. Hi, Coffee Man Sir. Want to join us with the raid? You can join us with the raid. I'm ending Strum. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Love that you guys all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Love y'all. Raid message is... here comes the raid to Niche. Raid message is usually... this... Thanks for stream, was fun. Thank you all for being here. Love y'all. Also, I didn't know Coffee Master is stinky. Yeah, raid shinies and non-sub raid. There it is. We're raiding shinies. Because Niche is under the dragon. We are borrowing shinies. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna get them shinies. It's ours. We're just borrowing. We're not stealing. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna press mine. No, it's ours. Oh, shiny. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure tomorrow I'll be playing Outlast. If nothing else happens, I will be able to play Outlast. But if something happens, I might play something else. But most likely Outlast, because you know it's a goal that I have to honor. And I'm kind of curious about Outlast too. So yeah, we'll be playing Outlast most likely, most probably. So I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow, same time, 11 AM GT+8. Smooches. Bye bye.